edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorah Samahor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur HaGadol, which is a translation of the term the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur HaGadol in obviously a language that he could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than had ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually, after he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492. He resided in Portugal, and he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis, and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasim, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you a excellent week. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today we're going to focus on a very important knowledge, actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servant saw things that even great prophets did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water all the way along. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, um, this is not trying to go off on a great direction here, but when it comes to halachic decisions, that is, decisions according to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions, have this weight of being from early generations. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downwards. It's kind of like stepped plateaus. And Jewish religious and intellectual tradition generally recognizes several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods that I've outlined on this slide. There is the period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd through the 6th century, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim, which is a difficult term to translate. It's based on the word pride, so I've given the definition here of pride, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term, the title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius. But that term is used anachronistically. He was so great, he was like one of the Gaonim, even though he lived, over a century later, or almost a century later, over a century. But then we have the period that we'll talk about today, that is of the Rishonim, the first ones, the Rishonim first, and that spans roughly 900 to 1500, although there's some, kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and ends. And then finally, the period of the Achronim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900, and it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history, the art of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things will be decided over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of the Rishonim. The names, if you have any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim, but to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yutzani, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding, we have no idea if this is accurate, but the representation is obviously very nice. And I'll speak in the next slide a little bit about what was the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially with kind of like the geopolitical background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of an iconic image that you'll see all over Israel and things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as Tosafot, which means literally addition, and they are, that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page, this is taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through it very quickly, we'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se, that is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary on Rashi. And if you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, this looks like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the characteristic italic font that is associated with Rashi, everything, Rashi script. Number four on the outside, and that's actually they blocked out a lot of different things here, but the actual column that the number four appears in, which you can see is sort of like C shape, and it wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit. That's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the spot on this page and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to Talmud than Rashi and his predecessor. Tosafot represents, several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of codified in that picture. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to it looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in greater detail. Just right here if you want. So those are three very basic things Rishonim. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish encyclopedia? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew, they're written in Aramaic, for example. The Talmud is written in Aramaic, so there was a lot of, Jewish language itself. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, uh, synthesizing the oral and the written tradition, that's especially something that Rashi did tremendously, and generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generation is certainly true. Many of us require an English translation to access the Rishonim who are helping us access the original text. But that's essentially what they're doing. If you want, remember, example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art scroll of his day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art scroll. Right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. This is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halakha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, and of course from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Onim. There are correspondence known as Shabbat and so on. And a lot of this material, it's just too much for most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all of this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this, and we are going to space it out, give it chapter headings, give it subject headings, Maimonides and others resist. There's some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counseling. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew English edition published in the 20th century by Feldheim. It's Sefer Achino, an amazing work. It's written by a later Rishon, probably one by Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book if you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism. Basically, what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. Oh my God. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were found for tens. My sons generally got things like iPods, but back then in the 15th century, this was not an amazing birthday present. It's basically it goes through every parsha of the Torah, the five books of Moses as they're divided over the weeks of the year. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments of heading on the 613, describes how they're performed, a little bit of historical background, and then really interesting, talk about why we do this convention. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least in French. They don't talk about, the commandments are there. God says do it, that's all there is to it. But the was very interested in giving over to his son, the farmer's president, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when it gets to the arcane, strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix women together, things like that. Fascinating reading, definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, we mentioned him over and over again here. He is such a towering figure in Jewish history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of his Moran within his Guide to the Complex, in which the artist depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, in which the manuscript of his Moran within his Guide to the Complex, in which the artist depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Judaism as Machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of why. Why did God create the world the way He created? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the more into the theme of the Guide to Reflect is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews, and is actually burned in the 13th century, not initially by Maimonides, but now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period, the Acharonim. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of Yezidat Hadorot, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier than the Acharonim. And their activity, particularly in convocation, explaining the text, and so on, they give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in contemporary periods. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing a shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, particularly the later contemporary thinkers in the 21st and 20th century. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they Thank you very much for coming. It was fantastic having you last week at Book Lounge. I really was very gratified by it. Anyway, thank you. Tonight's lecture on Ibn Gabriel is dedicated by Kay Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Ramiro Matos, and by Barb and Kelly Malikar in memory of Lou and Jenny Erler. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who are donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. So we've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So will somehow make it. I also want to give a special thanks. Came last week. It's wonderful. We had a huge group. There's a lot of sushi that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a really cool experience talking about my new book, which is selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it and getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the Five Towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, it's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book in that context, and welcome you on out, and we'll send you a transcript of the Five Towns to come see it. Okay, so let's go to the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago. And someone pointed out to me it's not Ibn Gabriel, Ibn Gabriel, or Gabriel. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong. But it's not even Gabriel, not Gabriel. So they just said it to a rabbi, and the rabbi corrected me. And I felt humiliated, but it's good because it gets rid of my sins for young people. Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabriel. That's our subject for tonight. A fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we'll continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews in Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22. He was born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Saragossa, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a Misa Shuna, a strange death. And if he died before the age of 40, is definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only two of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. We'll discuss exactly how it was discovered. He actually one of the heroes was his contradictions in Gabriel's personality, because when you read shortly just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal true God, his personal repentance and self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that he had episodes of misanthropy that made it difficult for him to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words of vows and scrapes and humility." The sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality. That's where he comes from. Here's my favorite, though. Check this out. "My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends." Meaning, if I love you, if you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt beneath your feet. Just ask whatever you want, I will do it for you. Dust to those who keep faith with me. And you won't find a more loyal or true associate than I. But to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. "Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech, and will never stoop to mention it again." This person you don't want to cross. You can see why he would be regarded in this rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things we wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity, because it's so. There is a great historical irony here in that the contrast between his elevated, ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this really being uh, outside of the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy. Not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. He's kind of like shunted away from Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Tons Vitae. There's a couple of them. Tons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this magnum opus, his philosophical masterwork, is that it did not. He wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the Jews in Al-Andalus wrote their great works in Arabic. Maimonides, of course, writing Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also, there was a certain level of hubris in his writing, in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Tons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture, without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic mystical writings. They're not present in Tons Vitae. He's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a Neoplatonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from now. The Arabic original did not survive the vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text, like, let's say, Maimonides' writings. But it was, as we saw with Ibn Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we had hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which only took extracts of it by someone named Shem Tov Ibn Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied, and the author's name, Ibn Gabiro, was eventually changed to Latin Avi Sebro or Avi Sebron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which is in Latin, Tons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin, or maybe in Arabic by some Christian, perhaps, but there was no idea that it was associated with Jews. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. For 800 years, it read through it and he said, gee, that sounds a lot like Von Tweetai, and he was able to match them up and then finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now, that Ibn Gabir is the author of this core Christian text. And in fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge, pictures of Jesus by a well and things like that. That's the way that Christians appreciate it, Ibn Gabir, without realizing that the Jews actually had the authorship of this important work. So it is ironic that, despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, he was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry. In fact, it is poetry that lives on. He's a very prolific poet, with over 300 poems that have survived. Um, he was very precocious as a young man. At age 16, he wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments in verse. And we should So if you're familiar with Hebrew and if you're regular in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages as being taken directly from the liturgy or from Tanakh and so on, and they inform every line of this massive poem. So as I mentioned, it goes through this beautiful cosmic overview of everything in creation, how God created it, and you walk away and once you hear it, you're not eating, you're reading this massive poem, and you're feeling the greatness of God's existence. Okay, so here's a passage just to give you a sense of how deep his personal true God is. We've seen how others have referred to him, how he regrets his own mistakes. It says, "Oh my God, I know that my sins are too great to tell, and my trespasses too many to remember. Yet as a drop from the sea will I make mention of some, and make confession of them." He will, by the way, go through a long series of acrostics of all different kinds of sins, which we see in the Ashkenazic liturgy as well. Faith prayers, things like that. Perhaps I shall silence the waves of thy passion, and thou wilt hear from thy law. I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred them in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed, I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have stiffened my neck, I have loathed thy rebukes and done wickedly. I have corrupted my ways, I have strayed from my paths. I have transgressed and turned away from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that is come upon me, for thou hast dealt truly, and I have dealt wickedly. O God, my consummates fall, when I remember all wherein I have provoked thee. For all the good which thou hast bestowed on me, and requited me with evil. For thou hast created me not from necessity, but from grace, but by favor and love. And before I was, with thy mercy didst thou conceived, breathe into me a spirit, and call me into being. And after I came forth into the light of the world, thou didst not forsake me, but like a tender father didst thou watch over my growing. It goes on in this vein. I don't want to do tshuva in the month of Chesed, but you get the idea of I think, the depth of his poetic sensibility and why we should see at the end of this class, she is immensely critical. So much so that he's one of those few Jewish widow celebrities, of people like Maimonides, who are able to inform the world. So let's talk about his philosophy of it, because in many ways that's really the core of what it's all about. His, his poetry is really informed by his metaphysics. And it's impossible to understand his poetry in any depth without grasping the larger sense of his philosophical view. So he was one of the great Neoplatonists. What is a Neoplatonist? Well, let's start with what is a Platonist, and then we'll work through the Neo part. Here is the classic painting, of course, the School of Athens by Raphael, 16th century. It's in the Sistine Chapel, which is a very beautiful building near some shuls in Rome. And this shows like all of these great thinkers from the Periclean age in Athens. Socrates is over here in green. He's supposed to father of philosophy. I'm not an art historian, so I don't really know why Socrates is off to the side. I would put him like when we look at profiles, he was more central. But definitely the most important figures are central to the image. We see here Plato and Aristotle, two figures who have an incredibly large influence on Jewish thought other side of the barrier, as it were. Plato here shown on the right, Albert, who is the student of Socrates, and his student Aristotle over here. And Plato and Aristotle differ in so many ways. You can see that Plato in his picture here points to the heavens, as it were, saying that what is true is above, and Aristotle, on the other hand, is saying no, it's on the earth, material, empirical studies are what's important, and so on. Plato and his ideology was very, you can see it in Ibn Capital in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect, a mathematically exact world that could not change the material realm. In fact, this is when this ideal was formed or ideal to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, in Plato's thinking, there is a perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like if you're familiar with the Republic, if you study philosophy when you're in college, in the sixth chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are living puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets. Because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun, trees, and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemeral. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into later classes because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff is garbage. There is no world, where heaven is supposed to be formed. Plato, he just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, only if you can measure it is it real. And there's a huge difference over the empirical status of reality, and most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence to the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with even Gamiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There is one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is, there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Platonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, I would say in the Hebrew tradition, ain't both there is nothing other than God. And we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself. As it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. So that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. As the basic sort of overview of neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. So I think Gabriel Levi is perhaps the most distinctive feature of his contribution to scholastic thought. Again, his thought primarily pervades Christian ideas. He did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas. Is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, homer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabirol, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God. All creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless, like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the kilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is this classic idea of Gabriel. But it's all related to this idea of neoplatism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabriel is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and was basically ignored by Jews. Philo, we won't go into any much detail today, but he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the temple periods, around the turn of the first of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentaries on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the narrative, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain Russian or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great, one of these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabriel was similarly heavily influenced scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kind of very esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning his metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe. Ethics, also a preoccupation 10 different character traits of egos and how they relate to the four elements and the four humors. This is kind of also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of like ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. Actually, it has a book called pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite. Impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, putzdick. So, or mercy. These characteristics are alike in respect to coal. There are all of these things, according to the real, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about not getting too upset, not getting too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read upside down. Pride, impudence, right? The opposite of pudence. Hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interestingly, cowardice because they're weak. But that's like the opposite set of characteristics, really with the opposite of temperature. Over here you have moistness. If you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if we're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness, grief, and hard-heartedness. And this, the whole map, which is central to this book, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards the dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the four elements, and black doll in terms of the four humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there, and the idea is to somehow put yourself in an ethical center. It's a very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, that matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. It's expensive, but it's got real sophisticated, complicated thought. The metaphysics informs the ethics, and when you go back and read something poetic like Rothschild'S, and you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression, it was deeply enriching the understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if you think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great notable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas into expression of poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen four of them. The truth is, if you look up people that real on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations for some reason. Perhaps because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translation that it was more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nonetheless was a sense of his personality in these quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. It's very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what sort of most of an answer has to say about it, but it is still one. And even Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind the film. I made that up. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford. Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. And it's obviously not a secret at all. You want to keep something secret, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. So from the question itself, you understand what's going on. And then finally, okay, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. So yeah, that's kind of a okay, so it turns out that even with Joseph's going a little bit faster than anticipated tonight, we come to a conclusion on yesterday. Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. Died very young. He was a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, was basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieves a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva expressed in Ketanavut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think this is definitely a very fitting individual to do that happening. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. Remember the Bacha Ibn Hakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Saburo. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Zaragoza, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bacha is known most prominently for a very famous course called Phobos of the Rabbi, the obligations of the heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little shorter because I told the jokes that I was traveling and I was trying to come on. We had a good time going to this time. And I was thinking about that couple of things. I was who hear the right survivors is the reason I do it. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, the reason I look at the new replacement for all of the night privately and especially providing from any of actually running one thing that makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. So watch out. But I'm glad you're finding it. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, but that is feedback expression, that's fantastic. But maybe you consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site, that you can talk to that's kind of how we get this book. We appreciate it, and I told you, I'm really very happy to other people are doing it. The second thing that you haven't seen, I'm studying on today. It's a shout out if you're watching it right now. From a Spanish language publisher, which wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be a great important part of you. I'm not going to divulge anything like that yet until we actually agree on things, but that'd be great. Anything that we do that would be fantastic. And well, it's funny. Okay, next week, the fantastic restaurant in Latvia on Phobos of the Ramos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book. And I look forward to it. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. I'm just so amazed with the range of depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachia, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering history, the Chobos Lavavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I reviewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Rabbi lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I was times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. The Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was trying to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." He says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl was kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." This Jewish humor. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke until later if I find the next one. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. And it's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare just before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. We should have Refuah Shalema, we should have a complete healing, and we should know more sorry. Another very quick kind of cool piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a liveaboard tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side. Really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important to good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish opening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through, and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes, and I forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States rather GINOs, I have to look that up, it stands for Jews in Name Only, and it's based part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazi Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for solid scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students. All of you on the internet, it doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, well now, good in welfare, let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the two volumes, kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Torah's Chovas HaLevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. The word Torah comes from Torah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart. How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here,
Alex Jones with his legendary podcaster,
by the great
friend of
and
the show.
pious Rabbi.
I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on
New translations
past 10
made directly
years.
from the Arabic.
And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to
We have
get your
relied on
read
the 12th
on
century
what is
Hebrew
going on
translation
because,
that we'll
from
look
the
at in the next
outside,
slide.
the Trump
So we know he's
administration
a great and pious
campaigns
rabbi. What
on
else do we know?
exposing
Our
his
teacher,
cover on
Rabbeinu.
the lid on
This
this
term,
cover.
Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high
Then
level
they get in
honorific.
office.
Very few
And now it seems
people
like they're
in
part of this
Jewish
cover.
history received the
So,
letter, the
what
term
in your
Rabbeinu, especially
estimation
until
has
the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. We're in a Bechaye. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled H-Tet-Yud-Yud. When the vowels, of course, are arbitrary. No one is exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachya, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachya, which is something like big, that big K, but it's a Bachya. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a shroff, so it would be a big day, which is kind of weird. I'm not exactly sure how to say his name, but we have his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Yehuda, so Yehuda, and he is finally, we know he was a Dayan and Sephardi, the Sephardic judge. Now, how do we know that these employments on the Arabic is true? Because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbi that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the whole class who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. And this is the period, the 12th century, when the Albahads come in and the Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides and saw before. Rabbi leaves and others. The Alfasi, ironically, is too Spain at this point. But this is the period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline and is now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So even Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well-versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of his great classics, the Torah, the Routine, the Guides to the Perplexed, the Shuzali that we spoke about a few weeks ago, all came from even Tibon's translation. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that even Tibon chose to render into Hebrew. It's my contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides, well, actually Maimonides.
And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that have seen
active intelligence, moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Isn't it complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House? And then, just to make it a little more complicated, he has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see, when I heard like mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs and then one Hebrew. So I'm trying to zoom in on this there, David. Just for fun, let's see how it goes. Yeah. Can you read it okay? What if I do like this? It's okay. So on the top there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibon. But because Ibn Tibon, as he mentioned in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbi Bachia as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so of all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers but don't make sense to Hebrew readers, it's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating even Tibon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concept, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case the 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldman. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation is that translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access biblical Logos. And that's what I'm going to the next slide. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's. But this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him except there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly after before he was born, because he was published his translation in 1160. We also noticed that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Rabbi that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, or 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rimabachia. The scholar Diane Lerva, who was on the second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rimabachia as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship dates of around 10 AD. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitfrage, Austin Harvard, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, or meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitfrage. It sounds like a controversy, like Streitfrage for kids. I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, is that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry. And she wants me to calm it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. They figure it all out. They know everything. Okay, so this is a picture my grandmother used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows rabbis engaged in a Talmud discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as White had put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumption, build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms, you have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek, wisdom. Ego means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to learn anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created, and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, probably more appropriately, that term. Jewish thought starts from the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you've got to start. You've got to start with, for example, Torah Messina, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable.
Kim.
Build from there.
How are you, big dog?
With this universe. What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe?
How's your day going?
We're very good at that. That's why we have
excellent. Are you ready to play?
Legal tradition because we explore the
Doug, I had a conversation with Reiser
implications.
about you, and I said that you were impassioned when I spoke to you recently about neurodivergency, and I think that's really cool. I did want to say, if you wanted help, you may not want help, but if you want help writing your stand-up minute, I'd be willing to help you.
I don't need help.
Okay. Okay, I respect that. Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Are you ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. That's really what I want to do.
Hold on. That's Monday night. Rabbi. Yeah, I'm happy.
All right, cool. Am I sending it to Zoot 1 or Zoot 11?
Zoot 11.
That's a good shot.
Right.
Almost.
Oh, fuck.
How's your girl Bonnie Blue doing?
10.
Dude, she fell back to 10?
No, she's 5. Oh, fuck. I think Louis Phillips is gonna take over point for it.
Why do you feel that way?
She's putting in more effort.
Are you sure about that?
What was the last thing Bonnie Blue did?
She was on Andrew Tate's show or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Like, here's the thing. That the biggest publicity stunt that like they can think of is like now. Where do you go from here?
Did she have sex with Andrew Tate?
No. Where do you go from here? Like, where do you go from here? From your career?
I don't know. She could have a podcast or be a talk show host.
Well, travel. Yes, you could travel the world.
She's still young and has looks, so those are two things not everybody has.
I mean, she could do a fucking Go or whatever her name is on that solo. Don't even ask me why I went to that live show.
Why did you go to her live show?
I figured there'd be a lot of women there.
And were there?
There was more women than I've ever seen in my life in that show.
No way.
Like the woman to man ratio, the woman to man ratio, I'm not even joking, it was about 98% women to men.
That's amazing. And yet you didn't get any numbers?
I tried.
Hey, dude, you tried. That's good. What'd you do?
I talked to girls on the tram on the way there and the way back.
Were they going there as well?
Yep.
Oh, cool. what'd they say?
I mean, I have to say that. There's that no, just how much fucking coke they sorted that night.
How much coke they sorted?
How much coke they were snorting before the show.
Oh, so these girls were cool as fuck.
And they asked me where to get like drugs and stuff, and I'm just like, I have no idea.
You didn't get any numbers though?
No. Fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready to lose?
Yep.
No, this is like one of my souls.
They're all your souls, dude.
Now, statistically, this is like my worst soul.
Well,
Well, my second worst soul. I'm in a better position than you.
yeah, you are.
If I just go like this. Fuck!
It's so hard to make it through there. No way. That's a miss. 0% chance that goes through. Dude,
Hey, Rabbi,
yo, pimp.
you're 10 years older than me, and like a lot of things you grew up with during high school are like my whole like early childhood.
That's correct.
What are your early? What did I miss out on in your early childhood that I didn't have?
Sure. When there wasn't an internet and
How old were you when the internet came out? 10 years old.
8 maybe.
8.
Yeah. And nobody did it.
Why did no one trust you?
Well, because you could only got your news from like at that time you only got your news from like newspapers or the television, and newspapers and television could tell that the internet was going to be competition for them, good job, dude. And so they sensed that it was going to be competition. So in order to avoid the competition, they just told you that nobody was using it and it was just going to be a fad, and it was not a fad.
Isn't this? Aren't they doing the same thing with that with Bitcoin right now?
Yeah, 100%. And there's no retribution for them being wrong. Like they can say whatever they want. They can put down whatever they want, but they there aren't any consequences. And I mean, I feel they should be able to say what they want, but they should also be held accountable for when they're wrong. So when they say something now, you should be able to pull up their article from even 30 years ago and be like, you guys didn't even trust the internet. Why should I trust you? So I remembered the days of no internet, and it was much different. There were like hints at the internet, meaning they they would talk about like maybe in the future colleges might be able to be connected, or you might like the big thing, fax machines were a thing. And so people talked about like fax machines being everywhere, and the cell phone was not really a thing. I mean, they had it in like Wall Street. They had it in Wall Street. What'd you say, Zoot?
I gotta turn my Wi-Fi on.
Well, turn your Wi-Fi on then, baby. They talked about like maybe you saw cell phones in the movies or you saw the internet in the movies, but that didn't mean that it was necessarily being used like that. Even if you had a cell phone, they didn't have cell phone towers. They didn't have cell phone towers.
I think everything
in most of the United States.
Everything gets talked shit about until people start using it.
That's true.
I mean, they talk shit about Bitcoin and coining like before 2021. They were talking so much shit about Bitcoin and because they're buying it. The same fucking people that were talking shit were buying it. Even like JP Morgan, he was like saying, no one. If anyone in my workplace buys Bitcoin, they'll be fired. While JP Morgan was buying like shit tons of Bitcoin when it was going down.
You mean Jamie Dimon?
Sorry?
Do you mean Jamie Dimon?
Yeah.
Right. We didn't really have cell phones, but people had car phones. Remember, my parents had car phones installed, and that was a big deal. Just being able to talk to people in the car.
Yeah, I meant to say Jamie Dimon.
That's fine.
The owner.
He doesn't own it. He's just the CEO.
Same thing.
Not the same thing.
How is it not the same thing?
He doesn't own it. He's an employee.
He has more rights than we do, though.
That's correct. But
okay, this is a debate. Customers have more rights than employees.
Depends on the industry. Like a A major government is a company of a defense contractor. They have a lot of say in what to do versus the employees of that company. But then again, like a McDonald's customer doesn't have that much say versus like a general manager of the business. Are you gonna accept the
I mean,
invitation, Zoot? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I mean, isn't the whole purpose of any business to serve the customers?
No, the purpose of any and all businesses is to make as absolute much money as possible.
By serving customers.
Not necessarily. Like a company like Citibank used to do retail banking, which means like, or perhaps not even like, let's just take Chase, JP Morgan. They don't make money or they don't make much money on their retail or their individual bank branches. They make money on corporate banks or corporate accounts, I should say. So they don't even have to pay attention to the little person.
I'll tell you something about how the school system in Australia works, right?
Tell me how the school system in Australia works, Zoot.
So public schools can make more than private schools in Australia.
They can make more money.
Yes, and I'll tell you, I went to a public school. I went to one of the richest public schools in my state, maybe even the country. And what they did was fucking genius, right?
Right? What is it?
So every year we would have a school fair.
Okay.
The school fair you would be like the school fair. All the money from the school fair would go back into the treasury of the school.
Okay.
And the school marketed themselves to be like the best, like fair in the area. Like we got like known as like the best school fair, and like everyone started coming to our school fair, and the school made like millions over the course of like 15 years from all these school fairs, because every school fair just kept on getting better and better.
What is a school fair?
What is a school fair?
Right.
It's an event that's held on the weekend.
Okay. What do you do?
Like rides,
Oh, so
show bags.
I got you. So it's like a carnival.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a fundraiser, and they just did enough on their fundraiser that they developed.
Yeah, over the course of 15 years, they made like millions.
I could see that.
You can't do that in public school either. Has to be private school. You have to do a public school.
Why can't
Public schools are like,
why can't private schools have school fairs?
because they would have they like raised the fucking prices so much that it was unaffordable for most people. Because they make the private schools make money off the school fees anyway, so they're making like $9,000. It costs like $9,000 a year to go to those schools. So
Have you ever known anybody to wrestle an alligator or crocodile?
Australia,
Yeah.
Not personally.
You don't have alligators, do you? You just have crocodiles?
What's the difference?
They're different animals. They have different snout shapes. They like grow differently. They're like they're both of the genus Crocodilia, or maybe not the genus, but the tax, taxonomy of Crocodilia. But they're like crocodiles are a little bit bigger. They're meaner. Alligators are not as aggressive. Alligators have um, like C-shaped snouts. Crocodiles have like A-shaped snouts.
Um, I think we do have alligators.
I don't think so. I think the alligators are only in like Florida, but I'm gonna check that.
No, we have alligators.
All right, do you? I'm gonna read to you where they are. Alligators. Alligators are southeastern United States. Are the alligators in Australia? No, you just have crocodiles.
Crocodiles are funny. I'm scared of crocodiles.
You should be. They kill people.
They're the most deadliest animals in the world.
That's incorrect.
One of the most.
That's correct.
What's the most deadly animal in the world?
Humans?
Humans?
Yeah, we kill each other more than any other animal. Followed by mosquitoes.
What's an animal that kills its own species?
Lions. Like a lion will mate with a lion will mate with a female lion or a bunch of them, but the female lion will maybe mate with a few others, and the male lion will kill any lion that didn't come from his lineage. Are you gonna go? I've sent you an invitation, Zoo.
Did you know that pigs are known for killing each other?
I did not. Zoo, did you know that I sent you an invitation? I'm gonna destroy you, son. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that you've said that about 80 times in the last 2 days?
I want to make sure everybody knows. Did you know Audie didn't know that Ozzy Osbourne had died?
Oh, that's sad.
Word, dog.
I swear, like, Rabbi, the only people that know that he is dead. I knew in him that he's dead. I don't even think
That's funny.
He's dead.
That's funny. You've got 10 seconds. Are you going to finish?
How did he die?
Scuba diving accident?
I don't even think the scuba diving instructors know he's dead.
He died in Costa Rica.
The only people that know he died is the person who like took the paycheck from TMZ to say that he's dead.
That could be. Nobody else paid attention. Yo, are you going to accept the invitation? I sent you an invitation. Zoot, you've never beaten me in basketball. You've only tied me. That's a miss. That's a miss.
If you died right now, how long would your like stream go before it turns off?
Maybe like 12 hours or so. Dude, do you see how good I am?
You just want an invitation?
Do I just want an invitation to what?
How's the like dive like live stream?
You mean on camera or on a live stream?
Live stream.
I don't know. It would have been maybe Donald Trump.
Kennedy died.
What'd you say?
I mean, John F. Kennedy died on TV, right?
No, he did not.
It was his death was recorded though, right?
Yeah, by the Zapruder film. Dude.
Who's your favorite?
Dude. You're going to take the lead. You tied. All I have to do is make one shot. I dedicate
You know
the...
I'm not even playing.
Yeah, you are.
What game are we playing?
Basketball.
I'm not in basketball.
You just played, dude.
You sure that's me?
Oh, no, that's Riser. No way. Oh, wow. You're absolutely...
What?
Dude, sometimes I get you guys confused. He was online.
Is he playing this year?
Yeah, he did. And I thought it was you. That's hilarious. And then you're like, not even playing right now. I'm like, yeah, you are. Hold on. Let me do it. He wants to play, but I'm going to play it with both of you. Zoot, Riser. He joined. Now it's your turn to join. There he is. Zoot. Join, dude. Join. Zoot. 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 Zoot.
I'm joining. I joined.
Excellent, dog. You're up, Zoot. Go. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
Hello, Raza. Raza.
Are you sure that's riser? It's not riser.
That's fine.
Dude, he just had a big round.
What the fuck? It's Mr. Aquarius.
It is Mr. Aquarius.
What the fuck is Raza doing? Why is he doing this?
No one knows. You're up, Zoot. Go get him, kid. Get it. Miss. Miss. There he is. How you living, pimp?
Good. I just figured secrets of basketball.
What's the secret to basketball?
What's that?
I can't tell you, but I'm pretty sure I cracked it.
Well, do you know that it moves, so it's hard to. You know that you're doing so shit right here.
He's doing well, dude.
We did so shit. 6 points.
That's still good. He had 9 the first round.
Yeah, no, I figured out the secret, dude.
What's the secret?
Maybe Rabbi already knows it.
What's the secret?
I figured out the secret.
What's the secret?
I don't want to give it away, but I'll tell Zoom privately.
No, tell us publicly right now.
I'm certainly not going to tell you, Rabbi.
What's the
Certainly
secret?
not going to do that.
What's the secret?
That's a guarantee.
What's the secret?
Doug, I'm not telling you.
Does it have to do with your flicking style?
Yeah. Obviously.
Are you gonna win?
I'm going to win, dude. I have the secret.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. A big make. That's a big make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. Wow.
It's an acceptable score.
That's good. You made a nice little comeback there.
You're going to need a big performance here. See a big dog. This might be my first lone victory.
It wouldn't be a lone victory. Zoot's here.
Oh, you almost got it. No, like solo, no ties, me only winning.
But Zoot's here, so you've never beaten me one-on-one.
Okay.
Did you know Zoot got a new account?
You do that game.
Did you know Zoot got a new account? Zoot.
On Play-Doh?
Yeah,
Or just
both.
Arrow.
Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Come on, Zoot.
changed your Discord picture.
1. Get it, Zoot. I want Zoot to do well. 2,
I
3,
changed my Discord picture.
4.
You did. It's a
Five.
Scroto now.
You can't change your profile picture if you can't change your profile picture if you're not on the account.
No one knows what that means.
It means I have another account. My other account hasn't changed the profile picture.
So you're using another Discord again?
Hey, Rob.
Yo, Pimp.
Sorry, Randall.
Yeah.
Riser, do you want to know how you got that invitation?
I'm going to ask you something. And it's going to open up a whole world of you never know, you not think about.
What's that?
Do people with severe autism have more problems with coordination or communication?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't answer the question.
Just pick one. Just pick. Do people with severe autism have problems with coordination or communication?
I mean, I don't know the answer, but based on what you said earlier, I believe so.
You're not answering the question. He's asking, do people with severe autism have more issues with A, communication, or B, coordination?
Oh. That's anybody's guess, really.
Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Zoot's got the lead.
I guess you haven't met anyone that's like severely autistic then.
No. I mean, I didn't really know about like the coordination thing. I thought it was just like mental stuff, not like physical coordination.
Because the fucking American Psychiatric Association has broadened the spectrum so much that they've added people into the coordination group when they actually have developmental coordination disorder and they don't actually have autism.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Because developmental coordination disorder doesn't get as much awareness as autism, so they put everyone in the autistic characteristics more properly when they actually have developmental coordination disorder. Which overlaps with ADHD. About 50% of people with coordination issues also have concentration issues with ADHD, which makes a lot of sense because the more uncoordinated you are, the less likely you are to pay attention.
Riser, are you gonna fucking accept the invitation? Or are you just
I
gonna?
didn't know if there was an invitation.
Or are you just gonna J-yor yourself?
I am gonna JR.
Zoot does not know what J-yoring is. I'll explain to him after he goes. He's talking about a very serious matter, and we're talking about absolute hoobagaloo, hullabaloo, and all right. So Zoot, whenever we're playing, and I'm like, hurry up, what are you doing? Jerking yourself off raw? I'm annoying people with how much I say that, which should be a clue to them that they need to calm down, Zoot. So instead of saying jerking yourself off raw, I'm just turning that into an acronym that's known as J-roaring, jerking yourself off raw. So if you ever hear me say, dude, you're just J-roaring, that just means you're jerking yourself off raw. Riser, did you know that Bonnie Blue's number 5 according to Zoot?
I saw Luke's comment in the Harry Potter chat, and he said, "I love porn," just out of the blue. Because no one was even talking about that. That was his comment, and no one reacted. Just there, that. And it's like just like a weird and a strange confession. So I'm gonna confront Zoot on that. What inspired you to write that post?
I met my girlfriend once up.
What girlfriend?
I'm kidding.
Do you really love porn?
Have you ever tried to find love at a strip club?
Doug, hold on. You've been asked a question. Do you love porn?
I think it's a bad addiction.
Okay, that's not the question though. The question was, do you love porn?
Yeah, but
Okay.
Yeah.
How many times a day do you look at porn, Zoot?
half an hour a day.
Okay.
Of actual like people doing it, or is it like soft core porn, which is like
Dude,
models?
Zoot might win. Oh, dude. Riser with the big round. Too bad I'm going to destroy it right here.
Oh no! Miss. Oh, what the hell?
I just destroyed you both, sons. I want Zoot to win. Riser, do you want to know how you even got invited? I play with you so much that I just subconsciously sent you an invite instead of Zoot. And so we're playing, and I'm like, Zoot, you're going to win. And he's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, I just beat you. He's like, I'm not even playing. It took me like a second to realize I was playing against you. Are you gonna,
I just saw the
Dog?
notification pop up and I hit accept.
That's what I like to hear. Get it, Zoot. Make it. Go, Zoot. Oh, this is the worst. Zoot's just J Yorin. Zoot, why didn't you go? Zoot, can you hear me?
His brain went to porn.
Sorry, I'm looking at something.
Zoot, are you more obsessed with pornography or cryptocurrency? It's a tie?
Yeah.
So, like, cryptocurrency is the Bonnie Blue of your life, and Lily Phillips is.
I probably jerked off to a chop.
No wonder you always try to chat with me. Dude, 15 points in a round? Riser, 10 points. That's good. I'm going to get 10 points right here. Zoot. I got 11 points, which is even better. I'm about to hit the record.
Well, good luck, Bill.
Zoot, don't go anywhere. Zoot's going to go beat off.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm not even lying. That's about what I'm about to do.
Okay, Riser just got 13 points. He hit 32, which is his record.
Did you see that performance? 32. 30 fucking 2? No.
Are you proud of it?
I am proud. You better not fucking shut up. No! No! Oh,
34, baby. That just beat you.
I've never gotten over 30 before.
What
See, I'm improving by like an insane degree.
What's your secret?
But I'm not telling you my secret.
Why not?
Because you never told me your secret.
I show it to you. I'm live on camera. You can watch everything that I'm doing.
No, I can't see your finger movements close enough.
Did you watch all kinds of secrets on Mancala? Mancala means to move. Did you know this? And Karam means rebound. Are you gonna go? Doug, you have an invitation.
No, I'm gonna make cookies right now. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Hopefully Zoo will be done jerking off by then.
Did you know that there are no alligators in Australia?
Only crocodiles.
Word, dog. Zoo did not. Zoo thought they had alligators, but that's untrue.
Whoa, nice.
Do you want to hear, before you go, can I read you what people said about me in the last 24 hours? Please?
You must. You must.
This is from Sophie. Thanks for making me feel seen. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with screenshots. Next person wrote, I mean, seriously, just now. Thank goodness I haven't verified, so I can't access adult content either, eh? With a tongue out smiley face. Took a screenshot of what I did that says Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. Next one says clearly that Rabbi is really someone who has way too much time on their hands and they're now just messing with us. Somebody who had taken a screenshot said he's here to a screenshot that they took of me saying Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person said, why would the rabbi bot like that? The next person said, and if it's not, it's Rabbi Fingers hose accounts liking you and reposting my posts. Weird fetish if you ask me. They took a screenshot of what I did. Next person wrote, I like the idea of Rabbi being named Fingers. The next person wrote, That's two more times than anyone should be accosted by, checks notes, a rabbi fingering whores like bowling balls. The next one wrote, my brain is trying to connect the first half of the name, Rabbi Fingers, with the second half, whores like bowling balls, and I'm fading fast. Do the whores belong to the rabbi's fingers, or is the rabbi named Fingers? I'm not reading any of the follow ups. The next person wrote Rabbi what with a screenshot of a basketball player holding a piece of paper. The next person wrote, now all this has been within the last 4 hours. The next person wrote, I could post something like, someone close to me died, and the fucking rabbi would probably repost it. The next person wrote, not sure where the horny rabbis are coming from, with screenshots, uh, one of which is pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, rabbi, and the other says, rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Next person wrote, caught a sick follow today. I'm honored. And it was a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, excuse me, with a screenshot of Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. And then somebody else took a screenshot that said, and good night, everybody, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with the word pussy censored and my Discord being censored. The next person wrote, easily the most what the fuck did I just see spam account I've ever had the fortune of blocking circa 10 seconds ago. And it's a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. This is all within the last 5 hours. The next person wrote, these horny Rabbi bot accounts are among the weirdest bot accounts I've ever encountered in my life, dude. And takes a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, the rabbi cannot handle all these gestures vaguely, even if they tried. And then they're empathizing with someone who else gets a bunch of spam that says you too. The next person wrote, Freaky Rabbi is back for more. That's crazy. And they took a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, it's always the Discord Rabbi. What the fuck? The next person has a GIF of John Goodman's character Walter in The Big Lebowski saying Shomer Shabbos, Rabbi Bowling, what could be the connection? The next person wrote, Blue Sky needs to block this account and any accounts they make option because I'm tired of blocking that Rabbi drinks pussy juice account over and over again. LMAO, LMAO. Next person wrote, the rabbi bots keep getting more and more unhinged with their names. The next person wrote, getting really fucking tired of these bots, man, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, I have no idea about Rabbi Fing Dong, which is like somebody's nickname for me. Next person wrote, the rabbi strikes again, this time slightly less unhinged. I mean, still unhinged, but not as bad as we've seen previously. Next person wrote, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? I prefer the rabbi because Elon Musk followed that or some Elon Musk like character. Next person wrote, Rabbi Ding Dong eats pussy like an egg custard. Next person wrote, this account rules with a screenshot that says, breaking news, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade commercial. That's all within the last 10 hours. Do you realize that's a lot of people tweeting about me?
I thought you were just going like beyond that amount of time. I thought that was like the last 4 days.
I know. Dude, you're totally right. Like, normally they don't tweet about me that much, but I keep putting more and more pressure on them. And it's like more and more people are talking about me. You're exactly right. Normally it would take like a couple days for me to get that much attention, but so isn't that cool?
No, but you know what is cool?
I am.
I think that the the highest form of a male pleasure a male can receive is the golden shower from a female, and largely overlooked in our society. Typically, golden showers sway into more male predominant roles, but I believe that getting a golden shower from a female is the highest form of pleasure a male can receive.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know what a golden shower is?
Oh, of course I know what a golden shower is. You mean to tell me
But
though
what don't you get?
what brings pleasure by being pissed on by a chick?
What do you mean it's the highest pleasure you can receive?
It doesn't necessarily stimulate you.
Oh, it sure does.
What do you mean? It's just like
pleasurable thing in the universe, dude.
Is that your thing? Chicks golden shower and dudes?
Yeah, I just think it's kind of like a niche. But you know, I'm taking a stand and standing up.
And you
say that I think
hold on.
Females need to give more golden showers.
You don't think that having, I don't know, 25 people comment about me in the last 10 hours is really cool?
I didn't say it's not as cool as the female getting a golden shower from you. That's all I was saying.
Dog, you're saying, you know, I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
Have you? Sorry, what did you say?
I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
On Blue Sky.
A lot of different places.
Like where?
YouTube.
In the real world?
What's happening in the real world?
People are lining up?
No, I mean, not currently, but it's happening in the real world. Just bitches who say they want to fill their mouths up with my piss and swallow it.
Like Bonnie Blue stuff? That's you? Pussy Data?
Yeah, so let's talk about him for a second. I volunteered to help him with his stand-up comedy. And, well, first he came in and I was like, dude, I could tell that you were impassioned by neurodivergency. And that's cool. And I know that you want to do stand-up comedy on Monday or whatever. Or, like, I know you want to do stand-up comedy. I volunteer to help you if you want help writing jokes. And he's like, no, I'm just going to do it on my own. And he's like, shit, that's like on Monday. And I'm like, yeah. And he's just like, oh, wow, that's coming up soon. So he doesn't want help writing jokes, which is cool. I don't know what he's going to do, but whatevs. He seemed to be in a good mood today, and that's good. He seems extremely horny, which is his thing. Don't you think it's amazing? Back to me before we get back to your golden shower discussion. Don't you think it's amazing that all these people know who I am on Blue Sky?
Yeah. It's
I think so too. I'm starting to become like a meme, which is tight. And the thing about girls golden showering you, you mean to tell me if I had a girl right above you and she peed on you, that would bring you the highest pleasure you could achieve right now?
It's not up for debate. That is like factual.
No, it's not. It is up for debate.
Data.
It is up for debate.
No, it's not. It's confirmed.
No, it's not.
It has never been debunked, and it cannot be debunked. So
It's subjective. I think the highest form of
it's not.
what did you call it? Highest form of what? Pleasure would probably be a prostate massage, which is amazing because it makes you orgasm harder than anything else. It brings a lot more.
Yeah, but
it brings a.
Psychologically, it's not stimulating.
Yeah, it is, dude. And even still, a woman's female ejaculate on you is more stimulating than her pee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just memeing here, but I just think it's a funny meme to be really obsessed with getting a golden shower.
What do you think about Rabbi drinking pussy juice like Gatorade?
Like the more you spam, I hope you switch up those comments, because like the more people see it, it's just gonna get dull, and then they're gonna hate you or not care.
Word, dog. I have a bunch of them already ready to go.
I hope one of them is Rabbi receives the highest form of pleasure, which is receiving golden showers from female.
That's too long, dude. It's got to be like 50 characters.
Or whatever. Rabbi enjoys
golden showers
from females.
That's too long. How about this one?
Many characters.
Okay, if you want to get into that discussion, just one moment.
64, right?
No, because I have to have the link for the Discord in here. So it's got to be. I'm going to give it to you right now. Bear with me. This is going to be one of the most enjoyable. Okay, here we go. It's got to be. "43 characters." What about this one? What do you think of this one? Rabbi cream pies milks like Little Debbie.
Like
Little Debbie?
No one's ever heard of that.
You've never heard of Little Debbie, the company?
No. Is that like some food company?
Yeah, they like make something called cream pies. I think they actually have something just called they call them oatmeal cream pies by Little Debbie. What are your feelings on oatmeal cream pies?
Never tried one.
Why not?
We don't have that in Canada.
Let's look. Little Debbie cream pies, Canada. But there have been reports the brand has pulled out of Canada.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, dog.
You didn't believe me?
Little Debbie pulls out of Canada. No more oatmeal cream pies. That's just very sexual.
That's subjective.
All right. You want to hear another one? Rabbi cream pies melts like Krispy Kreme. The rabbi gargles milk pussy juice. Blue sky moderators masturbate to rabbi. Rabbi eats pussy until lockjaw ensues. Rabbi fists milks like boxing gloves. Ghislaine Maxwell masturbates to the rabbi. Rabbi sucks milk titties like cow udders. Congratulate Rabbi on Pimp of the Year. Now, if you want longer ones, breaking news, Rabbi is the pussy-eating champion of the world. Rabbi licks pussy like ice cream cones. Rabbi treats pussy the way wood splitters treat logs.
No more. I've heard them. All right. What do you think of yurts?
Yurts, like the thing that Mongolians sleep in?
Yeah.
I think they're tight as fuck, dog.
Did you know that they maximize the surface area of a dwelling because of the circular shape?
I could see that. Would you want
They're
to?
also very resistant.
Would you want to sleep in a yurt?
Some people have. You can buy a yurt for like the cost varies. If you want like a cheap backyard tent version of a yurt, all the way to like you can buy these prefabricated assembled thing, and then you like assemble them, live in like a full size yurt. And I watched a YouTube video of some person doing that. It was pretty big. It had like I think lighting can be an issue. I mean, it's not really an issue. You can get ones with like windows and stuff, but I feel like most of them are like dark and closed, which I would prefer open ones, but I've seen open ones where it's just like lots of glass, and I think it's cool.
Would you rather sleep in an igloo or a yurt?
Well, igloo is pretty similar to a yurt, only it's made of ice, pretty much, but they're both circular domes, and the igloo has like an entrance. But I'll take yurt still.
A lot of yurts have entrances.
They have like doors, but it's not like a carved out, like extended.
That's true. That's true. What are your thoughts on? Do you think people still live in igloos?
I was just gonna ask that. Google how many people actually live in igloos.
Oh, we're gonna look at it. Okay, take a guess. Globally.
We're gonna be like 2,000.
That's a good guess. I'm gonna go with 2001. Yo, dog, almost nobody lives in igloos full time anymore. It's more of a temporary shelter used by Inuit hunters or for cultural demonstrations. Here's a quick breakdown. Igloos were traditionally used by the Inuit peoples, especially in parts of Canada, Greenland, and Alaska, as winter shelters, especially for hunting trips. Most Inuit today live in modern homes, like houses or prefabricated buildings in towns and villages. A very small number of people may temporarily build and sleep in igloos for cultural, teaching, tourism, or survival training reasons. There's no official population that permanently resides in igloos, so that's 0. We're talking a dozen at most.
We didn't say permanently. We just said that it's like going to be temporary.
Yeah, I wanted permanent people. I want one guy out there who just doesn't give in, no matter how much they're like, come into the fucking house. He's just like, no, I'm gonna stay out here and I'm gonna freeze my dick off. I respect that man. Igloos are now symbolic or are now mostly symbolic or educational tools, kind of like teepees or longhouses. Important, but not everyday housing anymore. Do you think anybody lives in a teepee anymore?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I, there's people that live in yurts. I think there's still probably a few TP people out there.
Yo,
But I want this easy to live in because it's not as freezing.
Yo, dog, almost nobody lives full time in a teepee anymore either, but there are a few exceptions. Here's a breakdown. Traditionally, teepees were used by the Plains indigenous tribes like the Lakota, Blackfoot, and Crow, perfect for nomadic life, easy to set up and take down. Today, most native people live in modern housing, not teepees. A small number of folks, both indigenous and non indigenous, might live in a teepee part time or off grid, especially in survivalist communities, nature retreats, spiritual or ceremonial settings. Some indigenous people still use teepees for ceremonies, powwows, or storytelling, but not usually as primary housing. So, like igloos, teepees are now mostly cultural, spiritual, or alternative living setups, but not regular home for more than a handful of people worldwide. Final answer, maybe a few dozen people max live in one at any given time, but it's rare and usually by choice or tradition, not necessity. Okay, how many people do you think live in yurts a year or currently?
Easily 50,000.
I think less. Yo, dog, yurts are still actually lived in a lot by people in Central Europe. Over 1 million people live in yurts full time.
Yeah,
Good on you, man.
yeah.
Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and parts of Kazakhstan and China. In Mongolia alone, around 30 to 40% of the population, just over 1 million people, live in yurts. They're modernized inside with electricity, satellite dishes, even Wi Fi. That's baller. I could live in one of those yurts. Yurts are ideal for nomadic herders, warm in the brutal winters, cool in the summer, and portable. In the U.S., some people live in yurts off grid and eco communities or as part of a minimalist movement, but there's a total of less than a few thousand. And anyway, at least 1 to 1.5 million people today live in yurts. That's tight. I don't know why I was thinking less, but I figured, well, if nobody lives in teepees anymore, nobody lives in igloos anymore. Maybe a yurt is just a thing of the past, but no, that thing's still being used. All right. Do you think people live in? How do people in Africa? What do they live in?
They live in like small compounds, like mud walls and shit.
Like the tribal people?
Yeah, I think they're maybe they have their own version of like a DP yurt potentially, but
Okay, the most common thing is a hut made from mud, clay, thatch, wood, grass, dung, or a mix. Circular or rectangular with conical or thatch roofs. Common in East, West, and Central Africa. Compound. Often a group of huts within a fenced area where an extended family lives. Seen in Western African communities. May include granaries, cooking areas, and animal shelters. Rondavels. Circular stone or mud brick homes with a thatched roof. Popular in southern Africa among the Xhosa, Zulu, and Sotho peoples. Nomadic structures. For tribes like the Tuareg or Somali pastoralists, homes are portable, like tents made of hides, woven mats, or palm fronds. Modern and hybrid housing. Real talk, traditional homes aren't just primitive. Okay, cool. What do you think they live in like indigenous people in South America?
Uh, I don't know. It could be a tree house. Could be some makeshift tent.
Okay,
Could be like a hut.
so they have malocas, large community longhouses used by tribes of the Ticuna, Yanomami, and Huetoto, built from palm leaves, wood, bamboo, and with no nails, all natural materials. Houses up to 20 people, sometimes an entire extended family or clan, often used for sleeping ceremonies and shelter from rain. The Tambo Choza, Andes Highlands, small stone or adobe huts with thatch or grass roofs, used by the Quechua and Aymara peoples, built to withstand cold mountain weather, sometimes built into hillsides or terraced areas. The Shibono, large circular huts used by tribes like the Yanomami, made from palm leaves and wood, arranged in a ring with a shared open space in the middle, great for social living and defense in dense forest areas. Palafitros, over water, stilt houses built over rivers or swamps, used by groups like the Waro and the Orinoco Delta. Keeps homes safe from flooding insects and animals, built from wood, palm, and cane. Modernized traditional homes. All right, yo, dog. What is that group of indigenous people? They build like a house. It's not really a house. They just have like circular reed, like rectangles around in a circle, and everybody kind of just hangs out under their own rectangle and chills there. What is that kind of housing? Yo, dog, you're talking about communal ring style housing setup, and that might be the Yanomami or similar. Here's the breakdown. Shabono is a big circular communal structure used by the Yanomi people of the Amazon. That's Brazil and Venezuela. It's open in the center with individual family shelters, like open air rectangles or compartments spaced around the ring. Each family gets their own section under the thatched roof where they sleep, cook, chill, or keep stuff. The middle area is for gatherings, rituals, kids playing, and everything social. It's made from palm leaves and wood and vines, usually built deep in the rainforest, and it's temporary, since they move locations when the soil or hunting grounds are depleted. Visual vibe. It's like a giant donut hut with no interior walls, just a big shared roof and divided zones. Kind of like a natural apartment complex with no privacy, but all family. Dude, do you know those people? They have this thing like to be a man in their tribe. You have to stick your hand in a mitt of bullet ants. Have you seen this?
Um,
Yo, dog, tell me about the bullet ant mitt. So it's called the bullet ant mitten ritual. That wild pain ritual some indigenous people go through. Here's the breakdown. Practiced by the Sateri Maui people, an indigenous tribe in the Amazon rainforest. It's a coming of age ritual for boys to become men, warriors, or respected adults in the tribe. What's a bullet ant? A giant ant from the Amazon, about 1 inch long, delivers the most painful insect sting on Earth. It's ranked number one on the Schmidt Sting Pain Index. Locals call it tokandira. The sting feels like being shot, hence bullet ant. How the ritual works. The, they weave gloves or mittens from leaves and stuff them with dozens of live bullet ants, facing inward, stingers pointed at your skin. The boy puts his hands into both mitts and has to keep them in there for around 10 minutes. The ants sting the entire time, but not just once, but repeatedly. He has to stay calm and stoic, no screaming, crying, or showing pain. He has to repeat the ritual up to 20 times over months or years to complete the rite or passage. The side effects are extreme pain,
swelling, paralysis of the arms, hallucinations, and twitching muscles for days. The venom attacks the nervous system. It's not lethal, but it's intense. Why do they do it? To prove strength, courage, discipline, and readiness for manhood. It's about mental control, not just physical toughness. It takes a deep bond. It creates a deep bond with the culture, tradition, and tribe identity. Dude, they have this thing in Australia. Yo, dog, what's that one thing? There's like a plant in Australia that if it touches you, it makes you want to kill yourself. What is it? Yo, dog, you're talking about the Gimpy plant. The Gimpy plant,
Talking about suits Comrade.
aka the suicide plant. And yeah, it's really no joke. What is it? It's a stinging tree, part of the nettle family, but way more intense. Covered by tiny hollow silica hairs, like microscopic needles, they inject neurotoxic venom when touched. The sting causes excruciating pain, burning sensation that can spread to your armpits, groin, and lymph nodes, tingling spasms, even hallucination. Pain that lasts for weeks to months, sometimes up to a year. People have described the pain so intense it makes them vomit, scream uncontrollably, or want to end their life, hence the nickname. Why is it so bad? The venom can keep firing pain signals over and over. Even touching the area weeks later, cold water, skating, etc., can reignite the pain. It's resistant to both
Did you
pain.
know that?
It's
Go
re- it, it's re- hold on. It's resistant to most pain medications. The hairs are so fine they can float in the air. Even brushing near the plant can trigger a reaction. Famous incidents. Soldiers, hikers, and scientists have all been stung. There's a story of a guy who accidentally wiped with this type of leaf. Let's just say he regretted everything. Horses and dogs that brush against it have literally died from shock. Moral of the story, if you're in the Aussie rainforest and see a fuzzy looking plant with heart shaped leaves, do not touch that thing. What were you going to say?
I heard this on Joe Rogan's podcast. Maybe you heard it as well. Uh, Before I say that, Ozzy Osbourne once snorted a line of ants that were like going up a bucket for some reason.
That's a type.
I think it was pretty cool. But yeah, Joe Rogan said that there's a place in Kenya, and it's like one tribe or whatever, and they produce like the most Olympic long distance runners athletes. And the reason that they produce the most long distance runners athletes from that one tribe is because when they're like the boy to like manhood initiation is that they circumcise them with like a dull blade and then like force them to like crawl through like glass shards or some shit. Basically like some like really insanely intense torture. And then that like mental fortitude that they get from surviving that torture enables them to fight through the pain when they're running long distances.
Yo, dog, can you tell me about something that happened on Joe Rogan where there's a tribe that has people that have to do a self circumcision and that like causes them to be able to have the fortitude to be able to run really long distances? And they're like very famous.
Self-circumcision.
Well, maybe it's not self circumcision, but they're circumcised with a dull blade. So there's the Zosa Ulawuka initiation ritual. This traditional rite of passage among the Xhosa and some Mi'kmaq boys. They are circumcised with a dull blade, left to heal in isolation, often without food or water, and expected to display remarkable stoicism and endurance. The focus is more on proving courage and becoming a man, and in a cultural sense, not an athletic performance. Then there are Kenyan running tribes, the Kalenjin, famous for world-class distance runners not because of circumcision, but due to high altitude living, daily running habits, lean physiques, and strong cultural encouragement. Their initiation, which does not include circumcision, isn't credited to their incredible running abilities. Joe Rogan conversations, blah 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 blah. That's wild, dude. There's a
It said that there's some like documentary called Cut and Run, but I looked it up on the internet. And I think it was a podcast, but I believe I couldn't watch it or something. Like it wouldn't let me.
okay.
But supposedly it's out on the internet. It's called Cut and Run.
What land animal, including humans, can run the longest distances, even if they have to take breaks? Like that's fine. What animals can run the longest distances? And give it to me in a chart.
So they should have like the Animal Olympics.
Okay, here we go. Humans can run the longest. We can run up to like 100 to 150 miles. Horses are 75 to 100 miles. Dogs are 100 miles per day. Camels are 60 to 70 miles per day. Wolves are 40 to 50 miles per day. African wild dogs are 30 to 50 miles per day. This is one of the theories why humans became like the alpha species on the of the world is not because we're strong or anything like that. It's because we can run longer than anybody else, so we could literally chase down our prey due to exhaustion. Pronghorn antelope 25 miles at a stretch. Elephants 20 miles per day. Honorable mentions: cheetahs short bursts only 60 miles per hour, but only 20 to 30 seconds. Bears can move long distances, but not built for endurance training. Deer, good stamina over short and medium ranges, 10 to 15 miles. Why are humans number one? We sweat instead of pant like dogs, which means better cooling. Upright posture means less sun exposure. We store fat for energy and regulate pace mentally. Ancestors ran animals to death while persistence hunting in the heat of the day. Do you like that story?
Now that's an interesting theory that I've never heard before.
Well, now you've heard it.
I have a tough time believing that if it was like a competition between a wolf and a human, that the wolf is not going to be able to run further in a day than a human.
Like a Kenyan will be able to run. I mean, like an ultra marathoner can run more than a wolf.
Are you sure? I mean, are they saying that like the wolf does like regularly go like 40 kilometers a day, but that's just like trotting around, bro, not like nursing it out. Just like the average human goes like maybe 10 minutes a day walking, maybe.
Yeah, but if you're like hungry and you're motivated, it says that a human can travel like 150 miles in a day.
Really? I mean, I guess.
We're a dog. Like a dog, like a husky, like a sled dog, can make it 100 miles. But a human could make it 100 to 150 miles.
That's cool.
But wolves only do it 40 to 60 miles a day. And African wild dogs only the 30 to 50 miles per day.
So we can travel the furthest out of any species. That's really wild.
Exactly. And
obviously that's on land and water we get.
Right. Women can swim at long distances than men. It's like one of the few sports where women are superior athletes than men.
Why is that?
They have more fat buildup, which makes them float better. They're more buoyant.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Has anybody ever swam around the world?
No,
What's the longest
def,
anybody has ever
definitely not.
swam? Um, okay, Martin Strel. He did it 3,000 miles. He swam the entire Amazon River in 2007. Wow, that's fucking scary as shit. Um,
Like he didn't get like this little like fish that swim up your dick and then like make piss blood and shit.
you mean piranha?
No, they're like little leech fishes things that will swim up your pee hole if you ever go pee in the Amazon River. At least that's what the Device documentary said.
Let's learn about this. What are the fish in the Amazon rainforest, Amazon River, that will swim up your urethra? Yo, dog, you're talking about the notorious creepy fish in the Amazon that can literally swim up your urethra. Here's the breakdown. They're called kangaroo, a tiny parasitic catfish, about 2 to 5 centimeters long, known for swimming into bodily orifices, especially the urethra, attracted by urine flow. The danger is high. Urban legend partly, but rare, but documented cases. What's the deal? Kangaroo fish are attracted to urea and ammonia in urine and can follow it into a water stream. They are slender, tiny and slender, making it possible for them to enter the urethra if someone pees in the water. Actual verified cases are extremely rare and often debated, but the fear is real. Myth versus reality. The story is famous and scary, but confirmed medically documented cases are very few. But I mean, it's confirmed. It's been done. Most incidents involve fishermen or locals, not tourists. Kangaroo usually parasitize gills of bigger fish, not humans. Safety tip. Avoid urinating directly into Amazon waters known for kangaroo presence if you want to be extra safe. That's baller, dog. Well, I didn't know somebody swam the entire Amazon River. That's fucking wild. Let's
It's
re- let's
got a kangaroo in its
has
urethra. That's crazy.
has anyone ever swam the entire distance of the Nile River? And if so, why not? Is it due to crocodiles?
Oh yeah, you're getting cropped out there.
Yo, dog, swimming the entire length of the Nile River, that's a wild idea, but here's the real talk of why it's never been done. Has anyone ever swum the whole Nile River? No verified record exists of anyone swimming the entire Nile. It's like 4,000 miles. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running through multiple countries with wildly varying conditions. Why not? The major obstacles are crocodiles. Now crocodiles are large, aggressive, and very common. They pose a serious threat to anyone swimming. Hippos, another dangerous animal that aggressively defends territory. Water quality, pollution, parasites like schistosome, schistosomiasis, and dangerous bacteria make the long swims risky. Currents and rapids. Sections with strong currents, rapids, and waterfalls, like Murchison Falls. Political instability. The Nile passes through countries with conflict zones and border controls. Logistical nightmares. Coordinating support boats, supplies, and safely across regions so many regions is almost impossible. Fun fact, some parts of the river have been swum in sections or for charity, but nobody's tackled the whole beast in one go. Yo, dog, can you tell me about the guy who swam the Amazon River in 2007 and what kind of baller shit he saw?
barracudas in there that will fucking get you.
Yeah, and like they have a type of crocodile as well, but it's known as a starts with a G. You're talking about Martin Strel. He swam the whole length of the Amazon River, about 3,000 miles over 66 days. He did it to raise awareness about clean water and environmental issues, plus to test human limits. Not, it doesn't start with a G. It starts with a C. Caimans, huge, scary reptiles that call the Amazon home. All the shit he saw and endured along the way. Piranhas, yes, those razor-shaped, razor-toothed freaks, constantly lurking in the water. Electric eels, crazy fish that could zap you with hundreds of volts. Anacondas, the giant snakes that sometimes swim near the riverbanks. Huge floating vegetation mats, making swimming extra tough like dodging jungle debris. Water pollution and garbage, witnessed firsthand the impact of human waste on the river. Unpredictable currents and rapids. The river isn't just chill, it can throw serious power at you. Heat, humidity, and bugs. Tropical jungle conditions that push endurance to the max. Support crew attacks. At one point, locals tried to rob or attack the team because they thought the swimmer was some type of witch or spirit. Crazy stats. He swam about 8 to 10 hours per day, covering 40 to 50 kilometers on average. Consumed thousands of calories daily to keep energy up. He dealt with infections and injuries but kept pushing through. Martin Strel's Amazon swim is legendary for mixing epic physical endurance with surviving a wild, dangerous jungle environment. Total baller move. Yo, dog, what's the longest a person has swam in the open ocean? Yo, dog, when it comes to the longest open ocean swims, here are the top insane feats. So they count Mountain Strel's as they count his, but that's like Amazon. Diana Nayad, she did Cuba to Florida, an open ocean without a cage. That's so fucking scary. So some lady did it, and then Sarah Thomas.
I mean, if you had like a spotter,
Yeah, but I would want a cage, dude. There are sharks and shit in that.
I'd be more scared of the Amazon River than
Oh,
the ocean.
totally. Amazon River's like fucking swimming through a zoo.
Yeah.
Sarah Thomas.
Oh man, imagine. I mean, did that guy wear like a wetsuit or something? Cause like I couldn't imagine just having all those fish like scraped against my legs and body as I'm swimming.
Yo, dog, did Martin Strel, the guy who did the Amazon, did he have like a wetsuit or a cage or something? Because it would be freaky as fuck to have all that shit touch you in the water. Yo, dog, he didn't roll with a wetsuit or a shark cage in his Amazon swim. He went raw and real, straight up in the water with just his swim trunks and some goggles. Here's the rundown of how he managed all the wildness without fancy gear. He did it no wetsuit. The Amazon's warm water means no need for thermal protection, but that also means there's zero barrier from piranhas, electric eels, or parasites. No shark cage. The Amazon has no sharks like in the oceans, but it's packed with other dangerous critters like piranhas and caimans. Protective measures. He used Vaseline and other natural barriers to reduce parasite bites and infections. Support crew. They stayed close in boats, ready to fend off animals or pull him out if things got dicey. Mental toughness. Dude had insane focus to keep swimming through bugs, stings, and freaky encounters. So yeah, he was basically in the water with all that crazy wildlife. Total badass status.
It took him 66 days.
Word, dog.
How much? Imagine doing that all for like clean drinking water and like just no one cares.
No one's ever heard of this motherfucker until we just said his name. Yo, dog. Who's more famous, Martin Strel or Malcolm Jamal Warner?
Well, obviously the dude on
Martin Strel. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner, way bigger. Verdict. Malcolm Jamal Warner is way more famous. But interestingly, he died swimming.
it was even doing like yeah, he didn't even have to spend 60 days in the air.
Yo, dog, can you tell me, is there like a documentary on Martin Strel? Because that sounds like a baller feat, and I would love to see a documentary on that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Martin Strel's Amazon swim was epic. It's called Big River Man. The doc follows Martin Strel as he attempts. I'm gonna fucking watch that today.
The Big River Man.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime. It's called Big River Man, 2009, and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival.
When did he do the swim? Was it like
2007.
2000? Oh, okay. So they might have actually filmed it and they had cameras in the like 60.
Right, they didn't just film it; they made a whole documentary. It's called Big River Man.
I can find the stream for it and we can go watch.
Big River Man. Just be on YouTube. Somebody put that shit on YouTube. Dude, the movie poster for it is baller as fuck. Okay, it's like this big post. There,
like choking out a Honda.
No, it just says there is a man who has swum 22,000 of the world's deadliest waterways. A man that laughs in the face of crocodiles, piranhas, and giant anacondas.
Caimans.
No, it says crocodiles.
Aren't they caimans though?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were, but they're all caimans are crocodiles, are of the taxonomy of crocodiles, crocodilia, but it says crocodiles. Crocodile sounds so much scarier than caiman, but let's look this up. Yo, dog, are there crocodiles in the Amazon in addition to caimans? Crocodiles in the Amazon. No, there are no crocodiles in the Amazon. Instead, the Amazon is home to caimans, which are close relatives of crocodiles and belong to the alligator family. Oh, it's alligator family. Hold on. While the Amazon may have some species of crocodiles, such as the American or the Orinoco crocodile, they are not commonly found and not native to the region. Caimans are the dominant crocodilian species, so it is a crocodilian species. So I think because caimans are a crocodilian species, they just call them crocodiles. Because if you say caimans, people are like, "What the fuck is that?" But if you say crocodiles, people are like, "Holy fuck!"
What is that? The new show that you're talking about?
That's some big dick energy. All right, so the film was nominated for the Grand Jury Prize at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award. Wouldn't you be pissed if you were like, "Dog, I swam the whole Amazon and I didn't even win your fucking award"? Okay, reception. The film has been almost universally praised, achieving a score of 90% by Rotten Tomatoes, as well as a score of 67 from Metacritic, indicating generally favorable reviews. Critics praised the humor and the storytelling of the documentary, and many compared it to a Werner Herzog documentary. One negative review came from Anthony Quinn of Independent, who called the on-screen chronicle of the swim fuzzy and flaky. Fuck that guy. Like, dude, I would be tempted. I wouldn't do this, but I'd be tempted if I swam the whole Amazon and somebody was like, "Oh, your documentary is fuzzy and flaky." I would like knock on his door and want to slap him. All right.
Sniper rifle.
Here we go, dude. But the poster is beautiful. All right. Um, Big
Well,
Ri-
imagine if you didn't ask if there was a documentary on it,
Big River Man.
and then
It's on. It's on. It's on.
that seems like a chirp because like there's some chirps where like you're just like, oh yeah, big man, oh yeah, like you're so tough, and so you could chuck it in like, oh yeah, big river man, you fucking swim 4,000 miles across the fucking Cayman River.
This is so funny. It's on YouTube, right? The first YouTube comment is, he lives in Arizona, USA in the summers. He picked me up in an Uber. No joke. This guy's an Uber driver. He swam the Amazon, which should be like, I don't know, they should just give you $1,000,000 to do that. He had the he had the DVD in his glove box. Thank you for posting this. I've been waiting to watch it all these years.
No way. That's hilarious. That would just blow your mind if you're an Uber passenger and he whips out a DVD and you're like, what the fuck?
Right.
He's like, yeah, I lost in the Sundance Film Festival. I lost to like the fucking gynecologist, fucking vagina plastic surgery, dude. It was bullshit.
Did you know that somebody wrote 14 minutes ago? Glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with a screenshot. And then 31 minutes ago, somebody wrote, the rabbi supports femboys and hates Matrix. This spammer is kind of based. Is that not baller as fuck? While we learned about different tribes and igloos and swimming the Amazon, people were posting about me. Isn't that baller?
Amazing.
It's the beauty of the modern age. I'm kind of sad that nobody lives in igloos anymore. I want there to be like some crazy uncle. Somebody who's like, yeah, we've been living in houses for like 45 years, but my uncle refuses to come inside.
I mean, they live in them. It's just temporary. I mean, it could be for a variety of reasons, but probably it's just not ideal.
How warm does it get inside of an igloo?
I think you can get a fire going,
Exactly.
but then I think the smoke, wouldn't the smoke like kill you?
No, they have like a chimney that goes out of it. And I've seen, it's really cool. There's a thing that happens where you melt the inside and it becomes like super smooth because of the heat inside. Yo, dog, how warm does it get inside an
It's like
igloo?
burning on your head as you sleep.
And doesn't the inside become really smooth because it melts some of the ice? And how do you create a fire inside an igloo? Yo, dog, here's a lowdown. How warm does it get inside an igloo? Even when it's like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius outside, the inside of an igloo can warm up to around 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 0 Celsius to 15 Celsius. Just from body heat and maybe a little lamp or a small fire. So it's surprisingly comfy compared to the freezing cold outside. Does the inside get smooth from melting? Yeah, the inside walls do get a bit smooth or even slightly wet because the heat inside causes the snow blocks to melt a little, but then the moisture quickly refreezes, making the walls kind of hard and icy but still solid.
Are you there, Rabbi?
I am, but I'm reading. This actually helps the igloo stay structurally strong. How do you create fire inside an igloo? They don't usually build big open fires inside. because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead,
Hey, Rabbi,
Doug, I'm reading right now. Can you not hear me?
look, this is very important. Okay?
Not
So
more
I was
important than what
going
I'm
through
reading.
Wikipedia,
They might use it.
and yo, and you were going. I was like, because you were talking about world peace. How was those videos about world peace? Anyway, I just want to know.
Doug, I'm reading right now. How do you create fire
But like,
inside
that
an
doesn't change the
igloo?
fact about
They
you
don't usually build big open
making those
fires
videos.
because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead, they might use a small oil lamp or steel oil lamp, which gives off light and a little heat without too much smoke. Sometimes a tiny, controlled fire is built on a stone slab to avoid melting the igloo too much, but ventilation holes are essential so smoke escapes and fresh air comes in. The main heat source is often body heat, lamps, and insulated clothing rather than big flames. So basically, igloos trap body heat and small heat sources to keep it warm, while their snow blocks act like natural insulation. That's wild. Okay, what's your question now?
All right, look. So I was in DC yesterday at like 3 a.m. Right? We were just talking and stuff about like world peace and like how you like
Word.
I was kind of interested, right? I went to your social media. Why did you post all those videos if you're trying to create world peace?
I'm trying to get attention.
Attention by putting all those weird videos up?
I don't know what you're referencing.
What are you talking about? Because like it's in your bio. If I go into your
What
TikTok
weird
videos,
video?
not weird, you know.
What weird videos are you talking?
Because if you go over to his bio, like it is about him, it's gonna be very weird videos about him.
What are you talking about?
Very weird. Don't stop tonight, no, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have tens of thousands of videos about myself.
I'm really interested in what you were trying to do.
I have tens of thousands of videos about myself. I don't know what you're referencing.
All right, hold on. Let me, because it's in your about you. All right.
On where? Blue Sky or Discord or where?
Like in his Discord server. Like if you scroll all the way up, you go over to Captain of the Milk Show. It's kind of a weird name, right? If you scroll down and go to his bio, you go to his TikTok videos. Most of his videos got taken down, but like, but there's still like one account that like remains. But
Okay,
most of your YouTube videos got banned as well.
that's correct.
Kind of interested about that.
Yeah, I get copyright strikes. I also get nailed for spam. It's just up to YouTube why they want to ban me.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would be posting those videos.
I haven't posted anything wrong.
Yes, you have.
I don't know what you're.
Very wrong.
I don't know what you're referencing.
Come on, man. Like you should really know what I'm talking about, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Big Dog.
Tell them what you're so concerned about.
And what I'm so concerned about.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of confused why, because like me and my friend yesterday was wondering why you wouldn't set up your ego server, and I thought it would be fun to like check you out and just like interview you, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I go over to your TikTok videos because I just want to see what you post about, right? That is just not what I want to see. Like really not what I want to see.
You got to reference it.
Like,
You got to reference what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean.
like I go over to your YouTube live stream, right? I see you in underwear and shit.
Yeah,
Like mostly just like sleeping on the bed.
that's
You know
what
what I mean? Like it's like right there.
I'm allowed to sleep in my underwear. That's allowed. Hello?
Oh, you left.
Anyway, I don't know. I have tens of thousands of videos. Some are more interesting to people than others. Anyway, it seems like they're able to keep the igloos warm by not necessarily fires, but by perhaps seal lamps, which is pretty cool, I guess.
They burn the blubber or whatever, or the fat oils and the seals.
Word.
Yeah. Are you gonna watch this documentary in like 3 minutes or 2 minutes? I have it pulled up on YouTube.
All right, well, share your screen. Let's watch it.
Are you gonna watch it on your thing, or you want to watch my stream?
I'm gonna watch it from you.
All right, do that. I have high hopes for this.
It sounds exciting.
Yeah, I love documentaries. Documentaries are my favorite genre.
Dids.
But it's sometimes difficult to find good documentaries.
I like documentaries so much that it causes me not to like movies because I'm like, well, this didn't really happen.
I think that's just how my mind is oriented. Non-fiction is for yeah. Did you watch a lot of MythBusters?
I did. I haven't seen them all. I kind of lost my confidence in MythBusters because some of the stuff that I know is actually possible, or perhaps is not actual. Like some of the stuff I know is possible, they bust and they say is not possible, which I just don't think is right.
Like what?
Well, they say like they can prove the moon landing happened, yet how are they supposed to prove that it happened if all of their experiments take place on Earth? It's counterintuitive.
I mean, I didn't watch the episode, so I don't know what they. I didn't watch the moon landing episode, but what do you remember what they were testing?
Well, it's just like this. They test like I don't know, like the flag waving. It's like how can you test this properly if you aren't testing it on the moon? By saying that this stuff could have or like occurred on the moon, but you're testing it on Earth, proves that it could have been manipulated on Earth. The way that you would test something like that is to go to the moon and to test it. If you're testing it on Earth, then by definition, the stuff could have been done on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so
there's another one.
I mean, like the flag waving one's pretty like obvious.
Yeah, that whole thing's a joke. Here's the biggest one.
I think they're probably paid by NASA though, because they like use a lot of NASA facilities in their
right
videos, like hangers to test like the folding paper thing.
Exactly. Here's the biggest one. Do you know what the computing power of the Apollo program was?
Like 4 gigabytes.
Way less. 64 kilobytes.
For like the spit, like onboard computer.
Everything. I'm talking everything. Houston, everything. It was so minute that that's just like
Oh yeah. What year was it? Like you were telling me the other day that like
1960.
in order to load a website, in order to like download a LimeWire video, it would take like 3 years, right?
Exactly. 1969.
Right. And so that was way before that. So yeah, the computers were shit.
Dude, I'll just look it up in ChatGPT.
I mean, did they have airplanes? They had airplanes in '69. I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Probably. So I mean, they had the ability to fly around.
Airplanes are not transmitting live video.
Oh, were they live streaming it?
Literally on July 20th, 1969, on the stream or on the video, it says live from moon.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Do you think that would even be possible? How are they supposedly transmitting that video? Through like radio waves, which is like not video format?
Did we not have this
Or
conversation?
did they have maybe like a long time ago?
No, I've had it with Zoot.
I don't remember.
Zoot would ask me about it, and Zoot has become a giant advocate that we've never been past. Do you know what the Van Allen radiation belts are?
I do, but I also saw something on YouTube that said it's not it doesn't kill you instantly going through the Van Allen belt. It's like, yeah, it's not great for you, but like assuming that you're transitioning through it, like within like a day, it's not gonna like radiate you like Fukushima.
Then why did it kill the Soviet animals that they sent out to test it? Laika, the dog, died because of the radiation.
I mean, it goes through, depending on the time that they go, it's it has more radiation than other times. That could be a reason.
That's incorrect, though. That's not true.
No, it is. No, that's correct. You can ask ChatGPT if the Van Allen belts have, like, it's.
I'm doing it right now.
It's not always
the
same radiation.
No, it doesn't cycle. No, it doesn't cycle.
No,
it doesn't cycle. It's generally always the same. Now, maybe slight variations due to the sun's oh, dude. So we haven't watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon?
No,
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. I'm sorry I've missed you the past few nights. How have you been?
Good. Been good.
Are you ready to take on the day? Hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
God willing.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
No, we've discussed the moon landing before. We've watched the documentary where none of the astronauts want to swear on the Bible, but we did not. I'm quite sure we did not talk about how they would have transmitted the video back to Earth.
Okay. Let's just look it up. Yo, dog, how would the Apollo 11 missions transmit a live feed from the moon to Earth, considering the entire computing power of all of NASA at that time was only about like 64 kilobytes? Yo, dog, the Apollo 11 live feed from the moon was some serious old school engineering magic. No fancy GPUs or massive servers like today. Here's a lowdown. Limited onboard computing. The Apollo guidance computer on the lunar module had just about 64 kilobytes of memory and a super slow processor by today's standards. But it wasn't meant to handle video. It was mainly for navigation and controls. Video signal basics. The live video was not digital like we do now. It was an analog TV signal, basically an old school black and white video feed. The lunar camera captured the video, which was converted into a format suitable for transmission. Transmission hardware. The signal was sent from the lunar module's radio transmitter using a high gain antenna directly at Earth. The antenna and transmission system were designed specifically to beam the analog signal over 384,000 kilometers, moon to Earth. Bullshit. Okay, fine. Earth receiving stations. On Earth, huge radio antennas like ones in Gladstone, California, and Parkes, Australia, Goldstone, California, and Parkes, Australia, received a weak signal. These stations amplified, converted, and related the video to mission control. Real-time analog signal. Because it was an analog and not compressed digital video, it didn't require heavy onboard processing, just converting light to electrical signal and beaming it out. The computers back then weren't involved in video encoding. Okay, so it was an analog signal, not a digital signal, which I understand. Okay, so how about this? What is the total computing power of all of NASA in 1969? Estimating it. Um, so the IBM system. So I'm putting it all together. Hold on. Can you compare all of NASA's computing in 1969 to a Casio watch? Okay, NASA's computing about 10 million bits per second. So a Casio classic digital watch, that's old. That's old. How about just like an iPhone? Can you compare all of NASA's computing power of the whole thing, including the Apollo lander and all that, compared to just the first iPhone? Okay, so here we go. So NASA in 1969 had 5 megahertz. The first iPhone had 412 megahertz. So already the first iPhone is like 200 times faster than what they had in NASA. The instructions per second. NASA had 10 million. The first iPhone had 400 to 600 million. So that's again 40 to 60 times more. A modern iPhone has billions to tens of billions. So literally, in my hand, I have more than what they had in 1969, and they did those missions flawlessly, and no one ever died. Yet when you look at SpaceX, which isn't even going into low Earth orbit or outside of low Earth orbit, they can't get that thing to land properly 50% of the time.
Really? They've been crashing it?
Yeah.
Where's the crash videos? I've only seen the success one.
Oh, there are a ton of them. Just type in YouTube SpaceX crash.
Did it blow up things?
Yes. Sometimes it explodes. Sometimes it just like goes sideways.
Didn't the spaceship allegedly like open up a parachute or something? Land in the ocean?
Which one?
Like how the Apollo people got back.
Yeah, that's what they did. But they were just in low Earth orbit, and then when they came back into orbit, they would be traveling at a very fast speed, and then they had a parachute that would automatically open at a certain altitude, and then it had like three different parachutes on it, and it would land in the ocean, and then they pick it up from the ocean.
Or ask GPT about the Van Allen belts.
Okay.
But
Yo,
they might
dog,
give you
are
a,
the Van Allen radiation belts generally consistent in how much energy they output, or do they sometimes fluctuate, being less powerful than other times? Yo, dog, great question. They are mostly stable. Now, if any of them fluctuate, it's the exterior belt, but the interior belt is mostly stable.
Alright. You ready to watch Big Riverman?
1000%, son.
I'll start it right now.
This has the potential to be the greatest documentary in the history of mankind, humankind, peoplekind.
I'm gonna pretend that I just got into an Uber and the guy handed me the DVD and I just got home and I'm popping it in the Blu-ray player.
It's a DVD though, so it might not have even been
I know.
released on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I know. I was just wanted to say Blu-ray.
I don't think I've ever seen anything on Blu-ray.
Me neither. I don't know what the hell it even does. Like, what's wrong with DVD? It's
Yeah.
really unnecessary
Exactly.
innovation there.
I couldn't tell you the
There's
difference.
nothing wrong with, like, it's like a marketing.
Exactly. You could literally tell me, like, this is on Blu-ray, and I'd be like, I can't tell the difference between this and a DVD.
Yeah, there's no way, like, you pop in a Blu-ray and you're just like, oh my god, wow, what a difference. Whoa. It's like incredibly 8K. I don't know what their claim to fame even is. Like, what makes it actually better?
I agree. I'm always like, do I need like different eyes, or like a different TV or like screen or something? Like, I don't get it. Like maybe on a giant screen, like a movie theater, you might be able to see like a few more pixels, but
Okay, here's why Blu-ray is better. Is because it offers better picture and sound quality compared to DVDs, primarily due to higher storage capacity and use of a blue laser, which allows more data to be stored on the disc, translates to sharper images. It says that DVDs here are limited to 480p and Blu-rays are 1080p. I thought DVDs cannot be 480. There's no way.
yeah, I thought they were sharper than that.
I think that's clearly written by a Blu-ray. DVDs are not 480. Alright. Big Riverman.
Oh, this is baller.
You feel to hear it, and you can't hear it.
Light show pictures. I see it.
Of the foundational principles which we were given. So, a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year,
No, that's a good point. Okay, so I don't want to get nailed for copyright infringement. So what I'm gonna do is watch it on my phone, which allow me to watch it better. And I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch your stream, but I'm gonna log into.
Okay. I
I'm
don't
gonna.
want the background noise of this.
There won't be any background noise. There won't be any background noise. Just one moment. I'm watching. Yes, sir. Wow. You would think he'd be rich.
I was gonna think oh, you just mentioned
I see.
Mr. Miser.
We're watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it. It just started. It's the story of a man who swam the whole Amazon River.
Yo, go watch a documentary.
Nigger! 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 Kill niggers! Kill niggers! Kill niggers! Nigger! 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 What the hell is that?
It happens. What happened?
Oh, you're there.
Yeah.
I thought you were sleeping.
No, I'm watching. They're like putting Vaseline on him. It's fascinating.
That guy joined the screen and started yelling.
It happens.
I took a screenshot of his name.
No, I banned him already. Thank you, though. So he did wear a wetsuit, but like that's not a big deal. We originally saw, and they said he didn't wear a wetsuit, but he does wear a wetsuit.
Yeah. I mean, so respectable.
Oh, totally. This guy's fascinating. He's like my favorite Slovenian in the entire world. What happened to the sound?
Sorry, I was talking to you on video.
You're good. Yeah, I was just thinking that. That water looks disgusting. How could you forget the machete? So it's just like a guy who worked at Walmart who plays poker at night. It's his like lead navigator.
Or doesn't hardly knows you just trust them for whatever reason, and like they're trying to figure it out. And forgets them or just anyway, if you want to draw. Don't fucking forget them. This guy's job is to swim like 4,000 miles.
What'd you say? It's a great, it's a great question. I know. I don't understand why he isn't bathing in that. Disgusting. Baller. What were your thoughts, pimp? You fell asleep? You little bitch. This motherfucker swam the whole Amazon and you can't even stay awake for his fucking documentary?
God, I'm awake.
Then why aren't you responding to any of this pimp language I'm spouting at you, baby?
Because your mic was like making some really wonky sounds, so I had to turn it down.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself. GFY, baby. GFY. So let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on Martin Strell?
It seems like he was very similar to those African runners like circumcised, went through a lot of pain, and that was like his escape almost.
Yeah, like his dad's abuse caused him to do this incredible thing. Not just once, but like he did a bunch of different rivers.
I don't know how he didn't die in McDonald's. So dead body.
I'm surprised he isn't really in like incredible shape.
I mean, he's an alcoholic, and I think that might be part of it.
Yeah, but still, he like swam thousands of miles.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. How would he possibly die? But I'm just guessing that he drinks too much beer all the time.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like an alcoholic.
there are a lot of alcoholics who are thin.
I mean, imagine how fat would he be if he didn't do the swimming.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very climactic, where when he at the end he does it all, and then they're just like, oh yeah, he gambled away all the money from sponsorships, and now he's just like drunk in a bed.
Yeah, that was pretty sad.
Totally sad, and then super sad as well that all of the media people who said that they were going to have him on their shows, none of them did.
Yeah, it was actually he didn't finish the swim.
Did you not just watch the fucking documentary?
I'm not gonna lie, I may have fell asleep for like 10 minutes.
Well, then those were important 10 minutes. He did it, dude.
But
Yeah, he
he
swam.
was going crazy and he was going insane and then he was going to all these villages, but somehow he did.
Yeah, he still did it. It
And
took.
like still, so then why did he take that to read his note? I thought he was like disappointed or something and he didn't finish it. So
No,
he did like his.
he started hallucinating like 40 days in or something, and then he started wanting to swim at night. And his doctor was like, "We're not gonna like if you swim at night, then you have to sign this that says that I'm not responsible. He said that they swam at night on the Danube and a barge almost killed them, but he wanted to do it anyway. On their entire boat, they only had one life uh, preserver, and they had one gun, and they were worried that pirates were going to attack them in the middle of the night. So he continued to swim until like day 66 when he made it to the mouth of the Amazon and he was celebrated. They had media there from 20 countries, and there were thousands of people that came to see him. But basically, once he made it on land, he was so exhausted that he was unable to um, read his note, and he like basically had to go into the hospital immediately, and they had to give him all kinds of oxygen and stuff. And then over the course of the next 5 months, he gambled away all the money, and he wasn't on any of those shows, even though they told him that he would be. Can you imagine just being
Randomly in Phoenix and or in Arizona and that happened? I think that's crazy. All right, big dog.
Harry Potter was like, okay, I ran across the world, but I need to go to the hospital to get some media with this.
Exactly. Exactly. I'll be right back. I have to pee. I've had to pee during like that movie. It was good though. I'm happy he did it. Good on him. Be right back. Do you think him being overweight helped him or hurt him? I think so too. Dude, what the fuck was up with that person who just randomly came in and was like N word, N word, N word, N word, N word, N word, N word? I get people who do that. Just it happens a couple times a day, basically. Just like people who think that shit's funny. I find it very offensive and not cool. Word mockingbird. All right. So you ready to hear what people have said about me thus far in the last hour? Someone 1 minute ago said, "Phew, thought age verification was going to stop these." They took a screenshot. Next person said, "Also, how many sock puppet accounts does the have under all caps Rabbi?" Next person wrote with a with a heart. Rabbi loves clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Next person wrote Rabbi figure scores like bowling balls. Next person wrote Rabbi drinks pussy juice like uh, Gatorade. This is all within the last 16 minutes. Then somebody wrote third post overall, second post today. Rabbi likes femboys drag queens, and hates Matrix. He's kind of based, I think. Uh, Next person wrote third post so far. That was 18 minutes ago. Um, Next post uh, wrote Rabbi repost stuff like a centrist dad stalking a female comedian. I don't really get that, but that's cool. Next person wrote, glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Isn't this wonderful? Can't you tell the world coming together? I thought he was swimming the Amazon for clean water, not to like save the forest.
I mean, BBC also said that he gets everybody.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it was really interesting.
His next stuff is like that.
That's true. I find it interesting that they didn't do too much research about or wouldn't you think if you swam the whole Danube and then you swam the whole Mississippi and the whole Yangtze that you would like have the whole thing about sunscreen on your face like worked out?
I think some might wash off.
They make waterproof sunscreen.
Yeah, but yeah.
I'm in agreement with you, but maybe not in 2007. I mean, this is like 15 years ago. Um, Another question I have for ChatGPT: is it possible to swim like up the Mississippi, or would the current just take you? Like you basically aren't going to be a fast enough swimmer. Yo, dog, is it possible to swim up the Mississippi, or is the current too strong that like even the fastest swimmers in the world would just get pushed down? Yo, dog, trying to swim up the Mississippi is like trying to fight a treadmill made of dirty water, logs, and sometimes barges the size of football fields. Here's the breakdown. The current varies depending on the location, depth, and season. On average, it's about 1.2 miles per hour, but in flood season or narrow parts, it's about 3 to 5 miles per hour more. Elite swimmers can swim freestyle at 4 to 5 miles per hour. Long distance pace is like 1.5 to 2.5. Real talk. Yes, it's technically possible to swim upstream in calm, wide, slow stretches, but most of the river, the current would overpower even Olympic swimmers, especially for any real distance. Martin Strel, the madman who swam the Amazon, swam part of the Mississippi too, but downstream. Ain't nobody out there going upstream for fun. Why did they say he swam part of the Mississippi? That motherfucker swam the whole thing.
I don't know.
Would you
The
have?
guy that was like fucking his river guy was like bigger ass GPS, like they know where they were, and they could die, and telling them that
That was hilarious. I want to know how he had all these doctors available to him. Like he had like a brain surgeon with him. Like did he just tell the brain surgeon like, "Yo, baby, I'm gonna be doing this cray cray thing in a good way. Why don't you just come with me? And if anything goes wrong, just take care of me." They said that she was his biggest fan. Aside, well, they said she was his biggest fan.
was that's
That could be. He ran into all kinds of issues that I wouldn't have even foreseen. I mean, I guess I would, but like uh, larva in his under his skin that caused like hallucinations.
Oh, that's why he was supposed to be.
Word dog, they went all into it. Didn't you see
I
it?
thought it might have been.
When you say you're a fan of something like William Montgomery or Martin Strell, are you really, or do you just say that because you think it sounds good in your head? Is he your favorite long distance swimmer?
By a long shot.
I agree. I've got to say that documentary was boring as fuck. It was. It was. I expected it to be like more exciting, but I don't know. I don't know why I was expecting it. Swimming isn't that exciting.
You thought it was long as fuck? I thought there were a lot of good parts. Just it could have been. It didn't need to be an hour and a half. I feel like 'cause there's like so many scenes where it's just like really shitty like harmonica music for like an hour.
What was? I know what my favorite part was. What was your favorite part?
There are a lot of fun parts. With the kids dancing around and the fact that he had like a lifetime membership to like that little water park. He goes there every day and has like a cave. I love when the sketchy boat they were showing it. They're like, yeah, we're on like this steamship boat and it's just like crashing through like the trees and like all the fucking guardrails on the boat are like all dented.
That was the best part, right there, where they're like, it's like a ping pong ball, where they've got this like ship captain who is probably half in the bag anyway, and it's a big fucking river, and they're like hitting the side of it, and they're like, oh, that happens. Like, dude, we're not supposed to be like dragging this shitty boat against trees. And it seemed like that boat could have literally sunk at any time. They're even like, we were told that this was the worst boat in the world, and it was.
Yeah, I mean they didn't really show much. They had a nice set. It was clothing. I don't know what it was on the inside. Like why was it still there? But it was old. But
I would have liked to.
old shitty aluminum boat.
I would have liked to see more animals, um, like caiman and anaconda and piranha. It was basically just this dude in pain for an hour and a half. Well, the other thing is they I feel like they took too long to start documenting him going into the Amazon. I was like looking at the timestamps, and it's like we're like almost 40 minutes into this thing, and he's just getting to Peru. And I understand that like
No,
he's
it was like half an hour. I think it was like half an hour in.
okay. Well,
Like one third of the movie was like the build up. But I like the build up.
I get that. Um, but yeah, it was. I'm not saying it was bad. It was just kind of boring and kind of sad at the end. And I mean, it's not sad he did it. I'm just surprised that he wasn't more of like a hero. I mean, I guess he was to the people who saw him, but I don't know. When they were like, and he gambled away all the money, I was like, oh, that's sad. And then, like, his son, like, you would expect somebody who did that to never have to work again. Just, and this whole time I was thinking, like, now this motherfucker's an Uber driver in Arizona, which isn't bad. Um, I'm sure it's better than some aspects of Slovenia, but how does he use his lifetime membership at what was it called?
Atlantis.
Atlantis. Thank you. And then he got like a. They said like this weird thing, like Mazda gave him a card for life, and he can park wherever he wants.
No, that's just him doing that. Mazda definitely didn't say you could park this car wherever you want.
No, no, no. I get
He
that.
just does that.
I get that. You could tell like the world was different in 2007, where I don't think you could get away with all that shit today. They would just be like, "Oh, you need to do testing," and I don't know. It was more relaxed. Like
They wouldn't let you swim the Amazon or park wherever.
Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't let you swim the Amazon today. Maybe the Amazon they would, but like no, park wherever. Yeah, kind of that one too. I mean, I don't know how things are in Slovenia, but um, I don't know. Things are different. Like it's just I don't really know. He I don't know if he raised all that much awareness for the rainforest and everything. I guess. Um, one thing that's really fascinating.
PR. I mean, they had all the right things. Like he would have been famous if he got on television and all this shit.
I'm in agreement with you. Well, well, well. Look who it is. How you living, pimp?
Uh,
Do you know who Martin Strel is?
no.
He's a Slovenian long distance swimmer, one of the most elite endurance athletes, best known for swimming the entire length of various rivers. Strel holds successive Guinness World Records for swimming the Danube River, the Mississippi River, the Yangtze River, and the Amazon River. His motto is swimming for peace, friendship, and clean water.
Like you missed the tidbit where they just panned over. I mean, maybe you saw it, but no comment on it. It was like the houses that those people are living in along the river.
What did they
Like
say?
those
I,
Indian tribes.
I saw him.
Yeah, well, how we know when people their buildings are made of wood, and it looks like something weird. Like the roofs are pretty. They look like hairy roofs.
That's
Probably
correct.
some leaves.
Zoot, how many people do you think live in igloos in the world?
Um,
We'll say igloos as their primary place that they live.
a few 100,000.
Incorrect.
300,000.
Incorrect.
Tens of thousands. There's not even 300,000 people in Nineveh. Tens of thousands.
Incorrect.
Under 10,000.
Correct. Guess how many under 10,000?
3,000.
Less than 3,000. Keep guessing.
800.
Less than 800 people.
Um, 800 people.
Less than 200 people. Keep guessing.
50.
Less than 50 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
30.
Less than 30 people live in igloos. Currently. Keep guessing.
4.
Less than 4 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
2.
Less than 2 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing.
1.
Less than 1 person in the world lives in igloos as their primary source of housing. Keep guessing.
No one lives in an igloo.
It's 0. Nobody lives in igloos anymore.
Why did we play that game?
Because it was fun. It made you laugh. All right, Zoot, are you ready to play basketball?
So what you're saying is that if I went to this night and lived in an igloo, I'd be the only person in the world living in an igloo.
That's correct.
Yeah, we can make a documentary about it.
Iceman.
No, there is someone. There is someone out there living in an igloo.
Incorrect. Not according to ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's ChatGPT.
Not according to Grok.
Well, what's an igloo? How do you define an igloo?
A shelter made of ice and or snow.
The form of a dome.
Because I'm looking at like this luxury igloo right now.
Yeah, people do it for tourism, but not as their primary place of living.
Oh, okay. So there's someone sleeping in an igloo right now.
Yeah, probably, but just for like camping. Zoo, did you know that Malcolm Jamal? Zoo, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Like, I think you're the only person in the world. Me, you, and Raza are the only people in the world that know he's died.
I know. Are you ready for a basketball invitation, Zoot?
Yeah.
Riser, are you ready for a basketball?
I
Right.
I'm ready. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting. Hurry up.
I don't even think he knew he was gonna. He was dying. Like, I don't even think he knows he's dead.
Perhaps, dog. We're waiting on Riser. Riser's jerking himself off raw. Riser's J-Yard. I like your song, Zoot.
That's the background music and stuff.
If you can, if Raza,
Yo,
if you died tomorrow and you were told that you got into heaven, but you're allowed to come back. You got into heaven, but you're allowed to come. You're allowed to come back. But if you come back, you come back, you can never go to heaven. Would you come back?
yeah, I haven't seen how awesome heaven is. I'm assuming it's pretty awesome.
Yep.
Really, like, the most awesome thing ever.
You have everything you want. You're a god. You're like a god. You can do whatever you want. You have unlimited powers. You're a god. It's like going to sleep and you're in like an infinite lucid dream and you can have anything you want. Would you come back?
Is Malcolm Jamal Warner there?
Yes.
Ooh, tempting.
You can never come back.
Why would you want to come back?
Exactly.
I'm hanging out with Malcolm Jerome.
I'm hanging out with Ozzy. And we can do cocaine and the cocaine has no side effects because we're in heaven. We're already dead.
And there's an infinite supply of it.
Oh, there is money, but you just go infinite amount of it.
There's no money in it.
There is.
No paper to do.
Zoot, if we gave you the opportunity, would you want to swim the Amazon River?
I don't want to swim at all.
Would you want to climb Mount, starts with a K, Kankakee or whatever? Mount,
Kosciuszko?
no, it's called Mount, but the highest point in Australia.
No.
Hold on, it's called highest point, or Mount Kosciuszko.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
If we gave you the opportunity to climb Mount Kosciuszko, you mean you wouldn't?
I mean, why would I climb that mountain?
Because afterward, both Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue would have sex with you.
No, they would both have sex with me if I didn't even climb the mountain. I don't think Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips standards are that high.
That's true. They probably have sex with you for $2,000. So, who's your favorite male musician of all time?
My own musician of all time.
Your favorite male musician of all time?
Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke?
Yep.
That's an amazing choice, dog. 11 is really good, Riser.
No, Sam Cooke's the singer. Sam Cooke.
Why do you like Sam Cooke, Zoot? It's a great choice. Do you know that Sam Cooke was murdered?
Yep.
He was murdered at a motel
I think Sam Cooke.
in Los Angeles.
I think Sam Cooke is one of the greatest singers of all time.
How did you get into Sam Cooke?
It was either sampled on a Jay-Z or a Kanye song. So who's that singing? No, I was like, what's that instrumental? I looked it up for Sam Cooke. Can't remember the song.
Riser, did you know that I'm beating you by 9?
I just lost $12.
How did you lose $12?
Buying a lottery ticket.
Zoot, you remind me a lot of this guy named Martin Strel. After he swam the Amazon, he blew all the money on gambling.
Did he have a good time?
No, he blew it all within like 5 months.
How much did he make off Amazon?
0.
No, how much did he make off Amazon before he built it?
Well, no, he swam the Amazon, not make it. He didn't. He swam it. He didn't buy stock or anything. I don't know. He probably had like a few $100,000.
Okay.
He bought something called Fat Girl Investment Co. in 2007. It just wasn't the right time.
No. Yeah. You've got it.
My question is, when are one of you going to beat me? Zoot, come on, big dog. 1. Riser, do you think you're going to beat 7? Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. 10. Notice the sun shines when I play. Get it, Zoot. Get it. That's 1. That's 2. That's another 2. That's another 1. That's a 1. That's a 2. Dude, he got 10 points.
I'm in front of Rothschild'S.
You might win, Zoot.
Hey, Rothschild.
Get it, Riser. That's a make.
He gets a 1.
That's a miss.
Oh,
That's a
yeah,
swish.
he's on the road right now.
That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1.
Okay, Rothschild.
It's not over.
Rabbi, you need to score 10.
Baby, don't you worry about me.
Get a 12. And then no switch. Well,
Dude, I got 11. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm going to get 13 here.
That's incorrect. That's a miss. That's a swish. That should have been a
That could
swish.
have been a switch.
It should have been a swish. You're right.
Fuck, it's distracting me right now. I didn't get a switch.
All right, you got 5 points. Riser, you going to be able to get him? Get it, dog. That's a miss. Oh, Zoot beat Riser.
Can we play Sam Cook right now?
Can we play what?
Sam Cook?
I would, but I get nailed for the copyright, so I'm not going to play it. Are you serious?
Rabbi won.
It's time for mini golf. I'm ready for you two to gang up on me. Riser, We're waiting on you. Riser, why are you J-yoring yourself?
Are you guys proud of your shots right now?
I'm busy day.
Look how sick this shot is, people. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, you're covering your microphone, son.
The hole is like perfect. Dude, you have to make it way too hard.
Riser, are you C-yoring? Are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Why did you quit, Zoot?
Sorry, I have a phone call to take. I'll be back.
Sounds like a bunch of J-yoring to me. What the fuck was that, Riser? Man, you are J-yoring like a mofo. What are you typing out? A love letter to Zoot? My dog. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J-yor? Do you want to see how G's ride? From the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. You're up, Riser. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Terrible shot.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel so thank you.
Hmm.
You like that shot?
Do you know what STFU means?
I'm afraid there.
No. It means shut the fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? You're up, pimp. We'll play Moncala in a second. You're up, though. Accept the invitation.
There's no invite. Oh, down. Oh, leave that down. I'm into a perfect way. You start off on the same color.
I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't think it shows you.
How are you upset? You did the small one? Oh, you really do the small one? Why can't I surrender?
I'm waiting on you.
Don't let me resign. Okay.
Dog. You have an invitation, son. I looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your mouth, and slapped you on the face. Are you ready?
Yeah, maybe not very good.
Are you going to go? Dude, I just do what the program does. Next time I will rig it so that you go first. Dog, you sound like you're underwater. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I just want baby. You don't want to bang with me. All right, you go first this time. I'll rig it so that you go first. Player two goes first. You're up, pimp. Are you just gonna J your? Everybody's waiting on you. You're just J yoring. What happened? You get to start again, just so you see how easy it is when you start first. Baby, you're up. Do you like Martin Strell? Dude, I already sent you an invite. Accept my invite, then I'll accept your invite.
You want to play Go?
That's an interesting game. I'll start to get into that.
Yeah, I was like, you have to understand what you have. We can both learn it.
I'm an expert. Have you ever seen the movie, the documentary AlphaGo?
AI, like, board games.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Do you actually know how to play Go? Or no?
What'd you say?
You don't know how to play Go.
I've played it.
Playing it out.
I think I'm better than the computer at it.
This game sucks. Dog, I've got some shit to do. I'll play Go, but I gotta say some prayers, and I gotta get some water. So I'm gonna need like 15 minutes. Can you give me 15 minutes?
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. Just one moment. I want to read you before I do all that. I want to read you what every.
No, no.
For one, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school. They're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts, dark pants, things like that. And the professor is a fairly well-known professor. He does the survey class. At the end of the class, he says, before everyone is dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and sit with me privately. So after all the other students file out, the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, the professor says to them, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll so we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have starters. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before, try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Phobos and Lavavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah, it goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which grant legal precedent. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. 11th century, 12th century, the interchangeability codes, like my mom, the Torah, and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the context, what's the bottom line, how am I supposed to behave given these conditions. But the idea of just that's not the soul religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed, just like there are stars in the sky, but they're overwhelmed by the with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic life. And that's what Torah for the Bible is all about. I'm not going to talk about, how you shake the lid out or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. Which is a hugely technical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre which, depending on who you ask, is probably best called mystery literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Rothschild'S, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a bit of text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it. Not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabad here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Muslim." And my dad wrote and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus." Right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Rothschild'S. It all starts with within the doctrine. We said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakha. Let's see a little bit of what's in there now. Our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, Rothschild'S, with the gates metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Rothschild'S, are named after gates. So one of the obviously, I don't know what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote books that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and Israel, and we look at this. God forbid we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and you say, what do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus we did. We shared and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate. Right. So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. Or let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Local, that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rowena Bakia recently. So this is the 9th century, 100 years before Rowena Bakia and the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God. Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term, and I just made that up. That's because I have a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? Yahya responded. He said, God is one. Right, that's definitely something interesting, isn't it? What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? He gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Weinstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rowena Bakia, and I'll read in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago there was scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it probably is this one. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? Ba'amar, the answer is Elokat Echad, one God. God is one. Amalei Ashoel, so the questioner asked, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amalo Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amalo Ba'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amalo, here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So B'tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofer, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? Where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. That's what you say. If you don't say where are you going to be for dinner tonight, Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't see in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbeinu Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amado Ashor, so the questioner says, Rosh Ilticha, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amaro, so the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'eleh shemulot alamilot harui l'gavra. B'midra, sorry. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that the Nabaki will bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allow for the communication of Muslims and Jews who are spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the forbidden gating itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the financial system that we barely understand at the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. She has no problem with this chapter. This is what this rabbi said, don't read this chapter. This other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I'm going to we once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I got married on 30 years long. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was the book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov. The second half was the book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov. Tehillah Abramov. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made the notes and stuff like that myself, and then I gave it a book, and she read, and I figured she would read the women's section. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to clear me about, why did you write that? Why did you write that? Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the beauty of your heart, and trying to understand your relationship with God, and we are working in a platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? I want to have a relationship with God. Who is God? The first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it's essentially what scholars tend to call negative theology. Because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by not. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter is actually I read. I'm over 40 years old. I'm just going to get over it. Please understand this. But the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. Rabbeinu Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many issues are taboo. Can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in the no one time and place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, and you're not shita, in belief in a creator, the opening up these kinds of the question can be very painful and difficult. Like, say, well, I never thought of that. And all of a sudden, you've got 5 years of going off the barrel trying to figure out. You got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why she was actually in the section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides, Jad Kabbalah, the Mishnah, the section of the Torah, the guide to the Reflex, all kinds of different philosophical books like these are kind of like a George and Revere, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately, with the rabbi you really know, and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one of the cool things about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that this good Sephardi Dayan and judges could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? As I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Jewish Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe, but I would like to draw your attention to a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walk outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you've probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, stay far away from it. It's a Latin love song. Totally inappropriate. It doesn't get any close to appropriate. Nevertheless, check out this video. We can either run it, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link because it's copyright versions if I put a video in a video on this one. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito. And let's pause to the stuff down. Wow. Amcha Yisrael Goya Chad Ba'aretz. These Jews are so amazing. We take this schmitzvah song that's totally not okay, and we like the word of Despacito, we like the tune, and then we just totally transvalue it. We beat the food and we show away the food. I just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be a live and fresh voice. Like real music. This is what Jewish culture is all about. Because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like wrap things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like this. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with the Rabbi here, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can talk and take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street or 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Kodesh Vavos on their shelf. So within Abbachia's work is still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is not that it's coming, it's already there. How much to say but that was fun. Okay, so the foundation of it, so these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is to describe kind of like a passage through each of these gates, as you slowly climb to a higher grade, a higher level of self-awareness, of ethical perfection, and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose here. The first gate we talked about is the forbidden gate. It's actually called the gate of unity, which is the Shah HaYichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then the next gate gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating non-delusion kind of thing. It's very much about science. Because if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God created the universe that we live in. And so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe. It was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. You have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our experience of material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development, and how amazing it is that children develop and they have wounds, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need shit like that. It goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part, actually. Hold my wife aside to read this to her. Therefore come, through the child, who overtly took up the yardage of truth and knowledge. Then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. The whole life may have no syndrome, and his parents are not disgusted with him. The Amon Mizrachi, Hamash, and Tzrach, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. Hamash ain't who mock you, so I'll agree with him. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they sacrificed for him. You know, it's when he's other rapers and he's teenagers. Josh and the Sakian will offer how to show him also the message, and the fact that they give him everything he needs, that's to protect him from all harm. Well, Adraba, and God will believe on wishes. The fact is, the parents will worry about it more now that he's adolescent. Actually, my dear, the mayor backwards until he comes to go. The dynamics of every children to go to until he becomes an adult and learns to speak and compare himself properly like a human being. So I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is, like, the one of the evolutionary stages is so amazing. God creates the neighbors that parents don't throw out their teenagers. You know, some people are not. So that's the gate of discernment. It's all about discerning the taste of life, see what the universe has to offer, and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. Someone's typing this and getting distracted for a second. The gate of divine service. Notice what it means. He's like, okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. See God in the universe. Work. All about now applying yourself and not just showing up into a dominion. You're a government talking. You're going to put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformation, as always. The gate of trust that becomes formed. How do you trust God? Very, very hard. We have no time. One second, I want to read you 7 ways in which a person wants to trust God, one after another. And you have to trust him this way, and then you have to trust him this way.
There he is.
Like that,
Strategies to advance.
Is it too advanced for AlphaGo?
Yep. I beat the robot.
How do you win? Why isn't there a timer? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser, 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 riser. Riser.
Sorry, I don't know why the fuck it booted me out of the Discord call.
You good, pimp? Is there not a timer?
I don't see the timer.
I don't either. Why did you start off with 6.5 points?
Kicking out a stupid Discord call. I don't know why.
Are you gonna go, Pimp? My turn. Can you hear me? Yo, pimp.
Join the 9x9 team. Nobody fucking plays 9x9 is actually right.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
How are you at 42?
Cause I'm a pimp, bitch, and I got 42.5.
You didn't capture anything.
I'm sexy as fuck. Dude, I just went from up 40 to back to 6? How does this game work? Dude, no one understands the scoring. This game sucks. Why did you quit the last game?
This is like a 30 by 30 grid.
And you were losing? And you were losing? But you do admit you were losing.
I don't think we've gotten a single
I don't go for those. I'm too cool for that shit.
man.
Literati time. No, that one's different. That's word box. This is literati. Dude, you have a literati invitation. Are you excited?
Are you gonna let me go first, or are you gonna? No, you go first.
What do you want? You want to go first?
Go first. No, you go first.
What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
How am I living? Riser is here and he's back in fashion.
Why aren't you talking to
Sometimes
Why aren't you talking to
What?
Frosty, Riser?
Riser is giving me the L.
Riser, what are you doing, dog?
Bro, I'm about ready to get out of my coffin and start doing shit.
There you go, pimp. What are you gonna
really.
do? Slang dick like it's
Not
going out
really
of style,
like
son?
that. The undead pimp. Have you heard the story about the undead pimp, Rabbi?
What's that?
Was kept getting so much pussy and then eventually his crotch turned into a black hole.
There you go, big dog.
Now he just gets whatever he can get out of the ladies. Rabbis are so based, dude. Like this teacher here, this guy, absolutely based and red pill, as per usual.
There you go, pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Not much. Yeah, the rat problem. Rats getting into the balcony and shit. Rat got onto the rat trap, and then he scurried out of the balcony with the rat trap on him.
Ew.
Absolutely based rat, don't you think, guys? Oh,
How big was the rat?
it's pretty big, about the size of my hand.
That's
But I didn't
giant.
see him. The maid saw him, and my mom did. My mom didn't kill it there. She we called the watchman, and by that time the rat disappeared. Just ran to the floor below. This rat shit is like out of control, but I need better like ceiling in my balcony. Seal shit from rats. Or we probably do something about it. I don't know, bro. It's like, I don't know, like you can have like a million flaws outside of yourself, but like it's just still living in your family, like from way back when, then you might as well kind of like, just off yourself. This feels that way to me.
Calm down with that kind of talk.
Yeah, no, I mean, not exactly today's kind of family. It's just like, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. It's just like, you know, like starts to seep into your skin, to be honest. But years of abuse later, I'm also a dead person. So, like, whatever fame or shit or whatever money I could have, it's all out the window because I'm dead.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog. You're fine.
Yeah. So, for example, right? Now, see, the thing is, right, if you start to convolute into the areas of your life where you have to start living very discriminately or, kind of like putting portions in and like start living a more simple life. Once you start to do that shit, like it takes on a whole new level in other parts of your life. And that's the problem basically is like you need a kind of mid ground where you can, yeah, I forget the word.
Sometimes I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, you're doing pretty well.
What kind of Latin are the word?
Proper noun, son. It's a proper noun, son. Qua, go fuck yourself with that bullshit fakeness.
You played
Because I'm a pimp. This word's for you, baby. Big time. Good job, man. Look at your comeback.
Back to back 30 points. This could be the one.
No,
Could be the one. Can you build one?
I am. When they can't stop, won't stop.
Riser, what happened?
I had fucking 4 eyes.
Are you proud of the way you just played?
It's okay.
You played pretty well.
Greater than Toronto.
33 minutes ago at bluesky.app. Can you please do something about the Rabbi Rothschild bots? It's really, really annoying to see them in my notifications with not safe for work names. Could you please look into the issue and stop letting this guy get unwanted attention? I think that's tight as fuck. I'll accept it just a second. Just one moment. Somebody said something about me in German, and I want to read it. All right. You sent me an invitation.
Waco, we're gonna tie. Are you gonna go?
Dude walks into a bar and he finds two ladies to fuck.
Cool story, man.
And he fucks those two ladies. Then he goes on to tell his friends about how he fucked the two ladies. Uh, it's a good show. It makes sense. I don't know like how much it makes sense, but he's a good guy. Like he's he's doing whatever he's being told. And that's about it.
Oh, that is dirty, dog.
And it,
That's fucking brilliant.
hey, Rabbi, will you the check out my new meme video?
When I have a moment.
Alright, Namak, namak, namak salo. Hey, Rabbi,
What
did
up,
you
Pimp?
like Blade from the Blade movies?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Uh,
I know Wesley Snipes is, of course.
Wesley Snipes was like your role model, right? Once upon a time.
He was what?
Was he like your role model once upon a time?
Of course.
Okay, I'm about to play my meme, the new meme video.
Well, I'm in the middle of a game, my friend. So I'll watch it when I can.
Alright, cool. I'll play it on my screen. I can play on my screen right now.
Okay, Pimp. I'll watch it.
It's very short.
I'm watching it, big dog.
It's all on my internet.
Did you make this?
That's it. That's it.
I watched it. What was it? It was just like, yeah, boy, and then something about water. Guys, are you ready for some Uncala, baby?
We'll play that in a moment. Find Colin now. You're up, Riser, and everybody's waiting on you. Psych. This game sucks. You're up, son. We'll play in a second. You get to go first this time. Champion.
It's hard for me to capture the one that
Newfie. Newfie. Oh no.
This is a G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me? Cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. How'd you like that comeback, son?
Join the basketball. Are you gonna accept the basketball?
Yeah, I'll play basketball. Okay, we'll do this first.
Why do you use this game?
Because you're so far away from your microphone, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I wasn't really talking.
Dude, where should I hit the ball?
I don't like the team. I mean, I like this one, but I like the one where you can fit any of them.
You don't like classic?
Just the pass if this one can be really nice.
That was absolute garbage. Look at this shot.
Do you think the like LiDAR photos under the pyramids are real?
I haven't seen them, but I wouldn't doubt that they are. LiDAR's a thing.
Yeah, like water.
No way. Newfie.
I wish there'd be like different like stadium style boards that you can play on.
I'm in agreement. Ooh.
can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me, 'cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. That was baller as fuck, son. That was. Did you see how I did that? Where I split them? Dog, get your archery shit out of here. It's time for basketball, son. It's time for basketball. You've never beaten me one on one, and you're not going to beat me now.
Yeah, but not all switches. Not all swishes. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. It's a swish. I don't think so, dog. What do you want me to do about it? That's a that's a miss. To anybody watching, that's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. Because I'm sexy. This game is over. You needed to hit that shot and that shot. You needed to hit that shot. You needed to hit that shot. And that you need to hit that shot. You needed that one. Dog, I just looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your face, and smacked you. That was good. I would take that. I would take that. That's good. I'd take that.
The Isaac has been off the court for about 3 weeks now. Star Wars Isaac Rabbi.
I don't know what you just said. What'd you say?
All the philosophers, intellectual types are all like within me in an age before they become like public intellectuals, So like they're doing like Rothschild'S.
Okay,
So Isaac is obsessed with cocaine.
gotcha.
Yeah, right.
I need to average 7.
But on the bright side, point blank range, sometimes people don't die like so. And they just go into weird comas like from
Rise or skee ball. No, it doesn't. Basketball again, son? Dude, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you. Dog.
Rizzo, the woke intellectual gets owned by Rabbi based on radical right wing.
Cocaine sucks.
Rizzo,
I made them all right, Riser. I made them all right there.
I'm not even in the game. Who are you playing for?
I'm playing against you. You're up.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You're good.
Uh,
You got a swish.
you can't just start the game.
You sent the invitation.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, skee ball. And I'm like, send me an invite, send me an invite, send me an invite. And then you're like, tell me as my turn. And I'm like,
Okay, then I'm gonna send you one for skee ball.
I pronounce Keir Starmer as the forever leader of Britain, and I hope he storms on Nigel Farage
bingo.
and all of the opposing parties.
Two carrots from bingo.
And Monopoly. All right, Riser, are you ready for this? Riser, are you ready for this?
Got it. Terrible.
Are you gonna go? Riser, you're up. Skee ball. Dude, it's so delayed. It still hasn't shown you've shot yet. There you go. You got 90, dog.
Yeah, are you going? Because you're
Yeah,
not
it's delayed. Yes, I'm going. It's just delayed. You're done, son. I just looked you dead straight in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I smacked you across the cheek. I didn't just slap you, I pimp slapped you. Dog, I just looked you dead in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face. I just pimp slapped you across the mouth. That was good, dude. Nice job losing. What do you want to play now, son? Blitz League. Riser, I'm going to play you in Blitz League. You have an invitation, dog. Dog, we need a new game. You have an invitation. Riser. Riser, you have an invitation. Come on, dog. What do you want to play?
What are your thoughts on Martin Sten? Did you know? What was hypocritical? Did you watch the William Montgomery show?
Oh yeah. No. In the beginning, he was eating the horse burger, right?
He loved that shit. He loved it.
I thought he said that. I thought he was like in Slovenia. Yeah, we love to eat horse boogers. Like, really? They're eating the fucking boogers out of the horse? And I was like, oh, they say burger like booger. They're like good booger. And then so he's like, yeah, I love horse boogers. And then he's like, one part in the film is like, yeah, all these big fast food corporations are chopping down the Amazon to make like their like soybean cattle farm things so that we can all eat boogers. And I'm like, this guy is like literally part of the problem. Like he's a vegetarian and shit. In the fast food consumption here in society.
Did you know that Zoot liked Sam Cooke?
I don't think I know a single thing.
Oh, dog. Okay, here's a quick update. In the last 52 minutes, Taylor where's it? Yo, dog. You hate when I read to you that much?
happy for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm very, very happy for you. And I hope that I do enjoy listening to the terrorism that you call them. So I felt it.
Okay,
But
you said nice things. I understand. Sometimes it's a little much.
sometimes it's a little. But don't get me wrong, the internet terrorism, I fully support.
Thanks, baby. Do you think there's a chance I could go viral from it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should try to be even more mean. The biggest use of shit imaginable in your messages, and then they join, and then they're like, why would you say such a thing? I don't know if that's true, but it is kind of like it is a fine line between being a bastard, like your humor online, so something people are, and that all their family like blows or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. What I try to do is be positive.
Yeah,
The worst thing that I might say to someone is "I fucked your mom raw," but that to me is still positive.
that's
I
a compliment.
exactly. I don't want to put someone down though. I don't want to hurt people. I do make a lot of people laugh in all languages, and it's like um, the Grand Canyon had to start with just a drop of rain, and just enough drops eventually created a small stream, and that stream eventually started to cut through the limestone, and then eventually started a river, and then that river eventually became the Colorado River, and then cut all the way down to like bedrock. And my spamming are like raindrops. My spamming is like raindrops, I guess. Uh, it's like rain. Each spam is like rain. Did you watch the William Montgomery show yesterday? No one can hear you. Dog. Why don't you want to play Blitz League? Dude, you're so difficult to hear.
Not really entertaining.
You what did you do with your mic? Why is it so much different?
I didn't do anything. It's the same thing.
Are you covering the hole?
No, I'm on my laptop.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
No, I always talk at like this way.
Okay. Well, what would you like to play?
I'm looking on Discord for a game. I like to find thing on Discord. I don't know.
So I like it too, but what I don't like is
But that's all in it. That's Settlers of Catan.
what is that?
Board game.
Does it suck dick?
They seem to have a lot of. Well,
12 bullets to midnight. What is that? This activity is not currently available on this OS. I can't play that. Hold on though. Let me watch you. Wait, can I join from here? Why would a Chromebook work? But 12 bullets to midnight. Authorized. This is how G's ride. Can you hear me? What do you do? Warning, low FPS. I don't know if I can play this game.
What's the song?
This is how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. It's called I Can't Deny It by Petey Pablo. I think it's I Can't Deny It by Petey Pablo. Oh, it's not Petey Pablo. It's by Nate Dogg. I knew that. It's called Can't Deny It by Nate Dogg. Oh, Fabulous. That's who I'm. No. It's Fabulous. Not Petey Pablo. I knew that. It's Fabulous. I love that song. I'm sure you were. All right, so why don't you want to play Blitz League, dog? Wait, hold on. Don't be done for the whole day. Go do whatever you need to do, and then when you're bored, come in here and I'll beat you at carom. How does that sound? Excellent.
Do some actual igloo research.
Hold on. I heard about this. I mean, this was like in the Guinness World Record book when I was a kid. Let's look this up. It is. Yo, dog, what is that hotel that's made out of ice? It's like the Ice Hotel. Yo, dog, you're thinking of Ice Hotel in Sweden, the OG and most famous one. Here's a breakdown. It's the first in the world. Built in 1989, it's literally the first hotel made entirely of ice and snow. There's a version that melts every spring, rebuilt each winter, and also Ice Hotel 365, which is open year round with solar powered refrigeration. Artsy as fuck. Each room is a different art suite, designed by artists from all over the world. It's super cold inside, around 23 degrees Fahrenheit to 17 Fahrenheit, but they do give you warm sleeping bags and reindeer hides. Extras, they've got an ice bar, an ice chapel for weddings, and even northern lights if you're lucky. There are a few copycats like Hotel de Glace in Quebec, but the Swedish one is the OG ice baller. Did you know that there was an ice hotel in Quebec? Dog, you sound so far away. Do I know what Carnival is? That thing in Brazil? Oh, what do they do in Quebec? At your French? What? Dude, no one can hear you. You sound 1,000 miles away. Can you hear
Where I
me?
went to school
There you
was
go.
French immersion. Where I went to school was French immersion. And we celebrated Carnival.
What's French
There are
immersion?
fucking games.
What is French immersion?
What was
What is French immersion?
half French school? Like half the day you have to suffer through bullshit fucking French classes and like science. Fucking learn that shit in French. Because why not make it way harder for no reason?
Do you know French? Do you know
I've
French?
forgotten like all of it.
I gotcha.
And I quit and I quit in like grade 10 because I'm like I can't stand this anymore. I hate French. No
Was
reason to ever learn that.
was it
So
was it a public school?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know why we all got suckered into being taught French. There's no reason for it. Like French is useless. Spanish is useful. Chinese is useful. Calolit, UTEC is useful. Sushi is useful.
Did you know that Lil Kim and Biggie Smalls had a daughter?
I didn't know Lil Kim was Mickey's wife or something.
Not wife, just side piece. Dude, if you want to see some crazy shit, put in Lil Kim before and after.
But is the kid alive?
No, just put in Lil Kim before and after.
I'm good. Good. I'll talk to them. Shit.
Do you see what happened to her? Lil Kim. Type in Lil space
Yeah,
Kim.
I see her. I see her face.
She was beautiful. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I just saw a bad picture of her. She doesn't look that bad. Who's your favorite female rapper? Pimp, who's your favorite female rapper?
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite.
Who's your favorite male rapper?
Oh wait, do you consider like singers rappers like
No.
RZA?
No.
RZA rapper?
How do you say RZA's name? Is it RZA?
One of my favorite female musician in general is that chick from Always, Alvvays.
Can she get it?
What of that band? Rival,
Sorry, who?
Always, Alvvays.
No, I have.
And she's just like like the type of crowd that shows up at those hipster indie concerts. It's pretty cool. I've never been to one of them, but it seems cool. I mean, yeah, like sometimes you get a crowd of people very much like your music. So, like, if it's the free spirited type, then it's gonna be like that kind of music. Like Suicide Boys, for example, they have like the run out crowd, you know.
Yeah, Suicide
Which,
Boys fans with his Xanax addiction.
yeah, but also like the I don't know. I think they kind of get like born into it, and sometimes what happens is they're kind of young and they get introduced to the shit too early on. So yeah, like they they kind of I don't blame like Gen Z people for like living like fuck you kind of lives, you know. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know how like people who are older like we tend to like not realize how old we are, and then all these like younger people and you're talking to them and they're just experiencing stuff for the first time, and they probably never have uh, the use of experience, I guess. But that's what happens like when you just not suicide boys fans, but in general. But yeah, like the run out crowd is like they're like fully into it. The all the drugs and everything, and meet their friends and shit. Like it's quality living. Rabbi, what was your childhood like? Was it good or bad, or was it like a mix of both?
Oh, I think everybody gets a mix of both, but it was definitely better than most people's.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know if, like, remember I was telling you, Rabbi, about people outside, like, random teenagers, like, in large groups, beginning to think about it, and I start to realize, like, there's not much else to life other than making the best out of it. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, like, people like you and me who are 30, 35, and we're still kind of like, uh, not experiencing the better benefits of money. It kind of gets to the core of you because like you live your whole life and you're like just not making money at all. The stupidest shit ever. And then you see like random people just yeah, I don't know. I think at least people should have some amount of luxury even if they're apart from like food and drink. Because, you know, it's a problem about luxuries themselves. Because you shouldn't have them, right, in the first place. You shouldn't have to have like that envy or whatever it is. But that's not the world we live in. That I know that much. Yeah, I'm just saying that like it's important to as in a Christian sense we take it over literally that you have to be poor and poor enough to uh, have like some amount of money used to only for um, only for your direct needs and whatever other proprietary and that's about it, nothing else. And if you live like that, then yeah, you have some empathy towards poor people or whatever it is. But yeah, being zero broke and not having any money to live on is not funny at all. Like yeah, some people like stay on the ride and then they just some people fall out and then they get back on working somewhere. Yeah, for me, I just rely on how niche my entire basis of operation is. By you ever think about it, though, Rabbi? Like how like no one's gonna go back to the 90s or the early 2000s when there was actually nothing to think about anyway.
Yeah, I think about it, but can't live in the past. I understand that we've moved forward as a society.
Yeah, but the Isn't it kind of weird that people growing up now aren't going to ever experience that?
That's just how it is.
Would you do you think there are outcomes to that? Like, are they less prepared for what they see? No, I don't think they are less prepared. I think they just yeah, they have some amount of upper hand, to be honest. But the other part of it is that they don't have um, yeah, they don't have a lot of stuff to do with how like the wisdom of certain things and how you work your mental state and everything. I don't know. I wrote a piece on, wrote an article on, I called it the twilight of the internet. It's when a lot of us were playing RuneScape 3D for the first time, or RuneScape Classic even. And a lot of stuff back then was so, it was so new, like there was no such thing as actual gaming. And then, like a lot of this shit like opened up, like the internet just opened up to everything. And that's where we are now. I bet you had like a Walkman and like these random 90s things.
Yes, sir. Riser, are you ready for an invitation?
Riser's mic is Do you have any questions for me, Rabbi?
Yeah. What's life like slaying a dick 24/7, 365 for you?
For you. So, you know that point where it's Christmas time. I have a question to ask.
Riser
It's
has a
Christmas.
question
Wait,
for you.
wait, wait, wait. Let me answer. You know that point where it's Christmas time and you're alone at home and there's an opportunity to have some small amount of lean with like just a little bit of a joint. And then you look at your Christmas tree and you look outside and things have changed and there's stuff to dream in, places to dream in, people to see. And it's all like away from you and on the outside, but you can still feel it. You feel cozy at home. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
I can imagine what something like that might be like. Riser has a question for you, Frosty. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, go ahead, Isaac.
Have you ever swam in the Gandhi River?
Have I ever what?
That's not a river. You mean the Ganges?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you said Gandhi River.
Yeah, you know, I'm Christian, so all that stuff is like not part of our tradition. There's no like Hindu Christian tradition, right? There's no Christian Hindu tradition because that would be kind of messed up. So we don't have that.
What's that dog festival?
So we have a couple festivals. One is like the Holy Festival, right? Which is also like water guns and water balloons and shit. So it's pretty cool. Apart from the color, it's also like water balloons. So like you can throw water balloons at people and shit randomly at your friends or whatever and have balloon fights. because it's holy, and that's what we do as Christians at least. Hindus, they just do the color thing, right? So then there's a festival coming soon, which is the Mount Mary's festival. It's not. It's a feast, like a Christian feast where we go to the mount. They call it like it's like on a mountain hill, and lots of devotees they come there, and even people who are non-Christian, and they they pray and they attend the novenas, attend the masses, and sometimes you go outside and you can get snacks and sweets and whatnot. So yeah, around Christmas time we have like gymkhana stuff. Like you go there and you can buy Christmas sweets and stuff. It's all like family oriented. If you have a family or like your own family, then you can like take them to places and sure. So like uh, Bandra Gymkhana is one of them. It's like a club. So go in there and then you can drink and do whatever the heck you want. So a bunch of stuff during Christmas time. Easter is mostly just mass and stuff. Where I go to my parish, my church. And so Easter, Christmas, Holi, there's Diwali, which is what we don't celebrate, but it gets noisy and rockets and firecrackers and shit like that. Then there's uh, yeah, that's about it. New Year's, that's about it. But it's not kind of crazy, Rabbi, that you don't see like stuff like about I don't know. It's not one of those things like we have very different traditions when it comes to some holidays. So if it's holy, I when I was younger, they used to have like water balloon fights and shit like that. And after that happened, like no one does that anymore. People just the Hindu festival, which involves the colors and everything. So yeah, they do the colors too. They do the colors and they do like throwing water balloons, having water balloon fights or water gun fights or whatever it is. So you get like drenched the whole day. You're drenched. You go home and wash off all the color and stuff from you. But as far as the western part of all this, like yeah, I don't know that I would more mostly just be going to clubs and stuff. But sometimes uh, yeah. Anyway, that's not part of this entire story. It's just that sometimes you gotta like yeah, you gotta fend for yourself. So I try my best to do both, like whatever it is I'm supposed to do, and also somehow work. We didn't work out for very long. So in college, at like, I do remember doing my last exam in college. I studied my revised material like half an hour before the exam. So I had all my subject matter in my head, but I only revised it like half an hour before. And I eventually passed college.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good.
it's like I don't like give advice to people because I don't know if I do give advice, it's mostly a religious type of advice because I don't live like normally. I don't. I've not had like no part of my life was like 2006, 2007. Like anything normal at all, and it's been like that pretty much ever since. It's just it's like stuff. So those are the festivals anyway, Rabbi. Diwali, Holi, Easter, Christmas, bunch of other ones. And like Muslims have holidays, Hindus have holidays, Christians have holidays, Parsis have holidays. Everyone has different types of holidays. The main ones are Diwali, Holi, Easter, and Christmas, and New Year's, of course. That's the main. You probably have seen a lot of this holy stuff happening, right, Rabbi?
Dude, Hulk Hogan died.
Hulk Hogan died.
Yeah.
No, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Ozzy Osbourne is what I read.
No,
Like recently.
Hulk Hogan just died. Wow.
Yeah, just saw it. Rest in peace, I guess.
That's wild.
Hulk Hogan was another Trump supporter.
Yeah, he was.
I used to be a big fan of Hulk Hogan when I was young. I used to obsess over Hulk Hogan. One time I got a Hulk Hogan toy. Yeah, Hulk Hogan was like my childhood power dude or whatever. He was, I don't know why I was obsessed with Hulk Hogan. It's just, sometimes when you're a kid, like these like brand identities get stuck in your head. You notice that when you were younger, like a lot of like, these random celebrities and stuff would become like these larger than life people in your mind.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan, good guy.
I don't know about that, but he was an American icon.
Yeah, he was American also. Kind of have to be careful about, you know, like there are white supremacist spots who kind of, you know, like they have good intentions as people. Um, to be honest, I don't know if like uh, any of those dudes on TV you might have seen like the new KKK or whatever, which is like a documentary on the new KKK, which has all these new youngins and like the older white supremacists and the dudes our age and stuff. And yeah, you start to realize like uh, whatever it is they're being portrayed as is not actually right. But then it's kind of obvious what happens when you have some Republicans and how that relates to white supremacy and Christian nationalism. So it's not it's not one sided because those same people were white supremacists. If it wasn't for Trump, America might have been kind of different. You get it? Like a lot of this Christian nationalism stuff is preventing a lot of a lot of other stuff from happening. I guess because whichever way they went with white power, it wouldn't go in the direction it's gone now because there's no actual white power violence. Like if you count school shootings as white supremacy shootings, I don't know if that counts for anything because those people are kind of like the same as serial killers, you know. So so yeah, I think there are a small bunch of people. If you get the the rednecks, I mean the skinheads, the skinhead Nazis, those dudes are like beyond any power and like U.S. safers. They're not good for anything. But if you get the Confederate or the KKK and those dudes, yeah. Just the problem. What happens is that you don't. They're forced to be a part of it. I guess it's supposed to be a part of the sideshow thing. most of my I have a lot of friends online on IRC who are white supremacists or sometimes they're just called racist. Some of them may be from the KKK. I don't know what white supremacy do. Yeah, like on a whole, they make sense as community builders, right? Like Rabbi.
No, not right. I don't think that makes sense, and I don't like that.
Yeah, possibly.
What's IRC?
Internet relay chat.
Oh yeah, you're into that. I forgot. How's that been?
It's alright. They come on every now and then. They are always having conversation about something or the other. Someone brings up something random and people talk about it. It's pretty much it. But yeah, it got me through some tough times. And yeah,
Well, that's good.
for a while, like I was in, like you just get like the worst of people you meet on the internet on IRC. And sometimes when it comes to me, like I'm always like kind of on the bottom when it comes to life in general. So back in 2014 or whatever, I was on IRC, but that was my only escape. Kind of like I didn't have any possible way to like escape my life that time. So yeah, I mean it's kind of weird, but yeah, you have more white supremacists who are completely atheists than you have the Christian nationalist white supremacists. So if you're Christian, you can't really be uh, um, in any ways like you know like you have to follow the Christian way, which does not involve distinguishing between races and stuff. But are there any Christian nationalist groups near you or around the place?
I'm sure there are. I don't hang out with them. I'm not Christian, and I don't abide by those types of beliefs.
Yeah. Well, they invent this whole deep state stuff, right? And no one really knows if a deep state exists or whatever. But it's it's starting to become kind of clear that the deep state was entwined with whatever else kind of conspiracy, and somehow all this stuff relates to itself, I guess.
What's on your agenda for today, Frosty?
It's 9:30 p.m.
All right.
I'll head to bed in a bit.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I finished my work for the week already,
That's tight.
so I'm gonna yeah, I'll do some topic searching, learn some stuff online.
Have you ever written on Mortal Online 2?
I have, yes, but yeah, there's only so much you can obsess over all these things. Like you can't talk to anyone online if they have like the crippling addiction type thing from modern online too. You can't have these. You can't be so addicted to a video game that you promise yourself more of it just so you can feed that addiction, right? and it becomes an addiction. Trust me, the stuff goes like on forever. People have to take it seriously. If people don't take it seriously, they're put in line. It make make you think that it's serious, and it is serious because for the most part, like you're dealing with people's time, I guess. So that's about it. It's like you know,
Okay.
it's just a bunch of people who have no other way to spend their time, I guess. I don't think some people realize entirely that like sometimes it's not possible to have social uh, meetings anymore. It's not possible to have a group of friends anymore. All this kind of stuff post COVID. These dudes I meet on Twitch, they're pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, this but
Okie doke. Yeah.
Such a sense of calm and a sense that, the universe is my friend because God protects me. Phenomenal, wonderful work of suicide. Creative community of purpose, self-creation, repentance, self-analysis, creative separation is referring to the idea of like you don't have to have everything. You can live a life of little care and knowledge. And finally, the ultimate is the love of God, which is also where my mind is going to sound a little book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God, much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. All right, the last part of the book is the only thing that we have here in Rabbi Bach's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Review, the Tokata, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. He speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to like focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, which is after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity, after having said cycles of songs and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through some Philip levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends to see if they can enlighten me as to who actually teaches this practice. It's a very beautiful one that I think will be wonderful to the God. Printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of it. So, moving to his legacy is the Feldheim edition. I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up some of the levels if you've not read it yet and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter. You don't need to get to the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity Now, he starts off this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really four different schools of Musser that developed from the holistic Kabbalists, which is very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have halachic Musser, which is much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musser, explanation for the barrel. We go on and on. But the idea is it all really comes back to holistic Kabbalists. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you, and I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to tell you this, but
What do you want to tell me, Frosty?
some people don't kind of trust the media and the USA and other places. And what comes with that is that you have people who will willingly side with things that are not neutral, right? So you might be right about a lot of stuff, but on the other hand, they have to perpetuate their life. And, uh, yeah,
So
to
much of our
expand rather than
conversation talk about science in this period.
it's
The very unique
it's got
role
a
the
lot to
Jews
do with
played in transmitting
like
science
how
to the Christian world in
the
particular,
media
and
uses
we'll have to go back
entertainment
to
and
what
Hollywood and
Rabbi
stuff like
define
that.
Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of three lectures
You know, you get
we're
it.
going to look at the expulsion.
I think so.
We're just going to touch on it briefly today, sort of in passing. But
If,
really,
if you
by
watch a
next
lot
week,
of
the
these
week
news
after, we're
reporters
going to focus on the week
show up
dedicated
to
to Christ. And I have to say, the more I study it, the
how much
more it amazes me.
these
This
people who just
cruelty and
in
the
general
inexorable
un,
quality
kind of
of the
unfazed
unfolding of
by
the expulsion that really
how we
seems
need a
to
narration to
unify
everything
you
and that stuff.
see a split in mind in some of the guided the
So yeah, they're
pre-expulsion
kind of going their
movement.
own way in terms
Much
of
like we view the Holocaust today.
what they
But
believe to
I'm
be
going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let
equal
me start with
in
the
their own
book,
context,
and I
I
will tell you
guess.
that I have
Because the
tried to
media is
write
all
this
about
book
equality,
four times as public now.
and very often
I
that
have yet
equality
to
involves
succeed.
everyone
I have to think it's
stay in line
hilarious
to
joke, but I just can't quite get the
normal
timing right.
broadcast of things, I
Okay,
guess.
so you will be my fifth guinea pig. Here's how it
Kind of
goes.
unfair, but
It's situated as now come.
that's how
I started telling the joke
the
this
government
last week, and
controls
then
the
we got
media.
off topic. I go to a different joke.
Because
This is a joke I hadn't studied 2 weeks ago.
I don't know if
It's situated in the
the
town of
war was that
Prague. You'll
safe
recall
anyway
back
at
in
this
Eastern
time.
Europe, it's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews, and you'll remember the joke about the bread and he drops the bread and that sort of thing. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in town, and he's one night he's going into this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there. He's kind of in a worn
Their
out
main
horse, but you know he's not
the
really
approach
lame,
was
and
against
so he
the
takes the
right
horse.
wing.
He's leading it outside of the barn.
Uh,
And as the horse
all
is
of
going
them,
out, the
like
horse kicks
each
and
one of them.
knocks over some
And
rakes that
Jordan
were
Jordan
wrapping the big
Peterson showed
buckets.
up.
And so the Jew is
People
living there
kind of
near
knew
the
like
house. He opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on there?" The thief
they
naturally
have a
rushes into the woods
weaker side
with
when
the
it comes to
horse,
making
but the
rational
Jew doesn't
arguments.
give up. He starts looking
If you're
around. He starts looking
conservative
around,
right wing.
and he gets through the trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says,
I think
"Who's me? Who's me?"
in
And so the horse thief
Judaism
comes out, and
you have
the farmer says to him, "Who
yeah
are you?"
like a lot of
"My
stuff that
horse, Chaim.
involves
What happened to you?" He says, "Yes, yes, I'm Chaim, your horse.
like
I am
as
Chaim, your horse."
in
And
general
the
the
farmer
Jewish
thought
people
things sort
believe
of quickly and
themselves to
said,
be
you know, it's a
on
terrible
a
thing,
mission
but
from God,
in
but
my
that
previous
also
life, I
involves some
was not
tolerance
very
towards
honest, and I
people
saw
of
some
other
people, and so
cultures
as a
and stuff. I
punishment,
guess
I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for
right, but
honest
like
Jews like you, and
it's
to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has
We
been paid.
believe that
that's all
we're
right.
here to help
We've
heal the
made
world.
equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
farmer, credulous scoundrel that he is so amazed with this story. He said, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside to meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. He asks him about his life being a horse. He makes up the whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest and he unties the horse from the tree and takes off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that well, he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. He goes to the horse market. He's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. He goes up to him. He sees the same coloration, about the same posture, same height. He checks his teeth, even checks his ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and says, "Hiya, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke.
I
So I'm
recently
really
watched
appreciate the hilarious.
Rabbi
Okay, thank you to
talk
Mr.
about
Squire for our lecture for tonight.
how
He's a
he
live
views
participant in the
Christians and
lectures, and it's great to have
how
him here.
Jewish
He
people
hopes to continue these
uh,
lectures, and I think we agree.
view Christians
Once more,
and
good welcome.
in general what he thinks of the Holy Trinity and stuff. And it's got a lot to do with uh, how even in Christian tradition, God the Father is the singular God, but at the same time, Christ comes as both teacher and savior, etc., etc., and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, for the most part, I don't believe. I believe that like if Christ says that only through Him you get to the Father, what He means is only through His teaching, right? Basically, it. And of course, there's other things like sin and formation of the church, institution of the Eucharist, all that stuff. And then you have the Holy Spirit, which is once again another complicated issue. Because the only reasonable explanation is that the Holy Spirit is the angel of the Lord. The angel, not any angel, the angel of the Lord who stands in the presence of God, etc. Because the Holy Spirit cannot be Christ's Spirit, right? And once again, uh, what you call the Ruach, right? So in Judaism, do they believe that the Ruach is also an incarnate person?
Ruach was
Yeah,
was a
the
person.
Holy Spirit.
Um, we believe that it's like wind, breath, or spirit, but not that it's a real person. It's like the breath,
So,
it's like the breath of God.
yeah. So I guess it's like the same idea that uh, the angel of the Lord is, yeah. So in Christianity, the only way to figure this stuff out is to compare timelines, Old Testament, New Testament, and right now, to be honest, we're living in the Revelations time. It can be called a testament. Like people who have uh, understood the Old Testament, understood the gospel, and are now understanding end times revelations and how it affects the church and stuff. But yeah, it's always that yeah, you have you have a Godhead, and if you have a Godhead in the Trinity and all three are God, it becomes a problem when God the Father is obviously superior to Christ and like the singular God. But what happens also is that Jesus did proclaim himself to be the Son of God. So, uh, yeah, it's one of those things where you have to wonder, like, if Jesus is consubstantial with the Father, that basically means he holds the same divinity or whatever. So, yeah. And the whole sin thing comes down to, yeah, it's always been there in the book, so that's final offering and everything. But yeah, if you count it like Old Testament, God the Father, New Testament, Christ, and Revelations time is all pretty much like the Holy Spirit. Because I've written in one of my articles, like the Spirit of God in the Old Testament is different from the Holy Spirit that Christ sent down to the apostles or whatever. Because yeah, so it's almost like the breath of spirit from God the Father, God the Son. And yeah, this ties directly with the whole other thing. And I know you have, I know I kind of keep rambling on, but the the whole part that I tell you about how we go from things being limited and boundary oriented, a sudden awakening or change, that everything starts to move in a different direction or whatever it is. A return to poetic form, and that poetic form tends to uh, delve into depth a bit more, etc., etc. It becomes less physical relationship, and it becomes more the part you decide and stuff like that. I don't know if you understood that part entirely, or even if, like, as a rabbi, you relate to it. Because I know, like, I don't know if that's part of your Jewish tradition. Like, you guys have a kind of consequence of time thing that happens.
A consequence of time?
Yeah, like things moving from what they were and how they are now.
And what's your question? Do we have a consequence of time?
Yeah, so if it's stated that it's not stated entirely in the Bible, but people know, Bible scholars often know that there's a there's a time when everything is apportioned by just these boundaries, limitations, and uh, you have a certain role to fulfill, and then after that, everything that was part of that natural order gets taken on to a different level where the person becomes the animate uh, entity and starts to it's almost like what was kind of like death before becomes more part of you, or somehow you, it's a reversal. Like, say if you go to an actual hell, and what if that hell becomes a different kind of more uh, more worldly oriented hell, you could say. So yeah, I was just asking if you guys have that kind of consequence of kindness. It's not mentioned clearly in the Bible, but we know for mostly know for a fact that there's some sort of awakening that happens, and it happens to everyone living on the earth.
I mean, we do have certain consequences of time when it comes to Shabbat and like our calendar. There's an idea of Tikkun Olam, which is repairing the world and having time and a moral responsibility. And then I guess like we have Messianic time, where we're awaiting the Messianic era, basically the time of Mashiach. Um, the consequences, though, are individualized and can be forgiven generally during Yom Kippur, during Kol Nidre.
Yeah, yeah,
Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, here there are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which is using a day every 10 years, or every century.
Like for example, the cherubim. I think the cherubim kind of represents the modern life of whatever. It, it represents the modern time, but back then. So it's noticed that the cherubim kind of represented that back then, but whatever it is now is different.
The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslim
It's
but there are certain
in the Bible where
exact
it mentions the cherubim,
mandated by scripture.
and on either side is one throne and another throne, and there are seraphim in between, I think.
And in order to make that happen, we're going to complicate a 19-year cycle of leap months. That is, an entire month is added to make sure the Passover always starts out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long
Sometimes
time.
I read stuff in the Bible and like wonders of dreams, visions, in certain cases there is description. One of those is like vision of the cherubim, I guess. It's like, yeah.
And also Latin, and the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition, and the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglotish, but that doesn't sound very nice. But they were multilingual. Polyglotish sounds terrible. It sounds like something in English. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I feel so polyglotish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on starting at science. So here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by making
All right, I will take your leave now.
Take care, Pimp.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Absolutely, buddy. Love having you here.
from the 15th century as a result of this innovation, but they are also much more accurate. This wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and sun and things like that. Just to remind you, when the asteroid was formed,
Ask Lex
it's a
Friedman is a
remarkably
super
intense
genius, former
device.
professor at MIT, truth telling podcast edition. Other people will say he's a lying industry plant grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for the greater good. I first encountered Lex Friedman in high school as more of a the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Nike, Louis Vuitton, as pretty remarkable stuff. The more I looked into this man, the more I realized that almost everything he does is necessarily that much original.
You line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks in your to your naked eye, and you line up the horizontal beam with the bottom of that mountain, and then when you've got it moves, and you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurements, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that thing the building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies. You can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for finally an easy navigation of the seas without, the landmarks or being away from shore for any distance because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into because these two things were not clearly defined from each other. Um, you'll note that this is the period of time, the 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big to any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, you know what, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize because we're just not going to be able to find the way we can manage all these things. To be a doctor, he said, at this time, was someone who really couldn't handle all world knowledge, basically. You can grasp it all, and we divide it into sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter, we'll have a faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lesson we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through Arabic translation into the Christian environment. Arabic into Latin Greek, into Arabic into Latin. Many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic translation into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe Sfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and he converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christianity. You can see this piece of art here. We have it today with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the court got on after 1215. It's called the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dentist's cap, things like that, which is obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Um, Petros, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in Hebrew art. They actually tell a whole story based on how these hands are motivated, are depicted. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with his zephyr, his finger in the air. This is like a collective gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy, with a strong kind of pointing gesture. Many other things to this day, of course, trying to do this weird. My wife doesn't like it. Anyway, this is like Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because the general level of literacy in Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, hut floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. And you have real people like even Ezra coming to the north and offer the same kind of information at much more sophisticated level than people like Petrus Alphonsus were out of a job. But there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell these secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown
So he's signal boosted like super hard to the point that we would appear on his podcast having only 18 episodes. This has caused people to complex an industry by which, depending on if you consider this a claim of Elon Musk, could be true because it breaks up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT as a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since his interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute must pick Tesla. I mean, rather people stop at no simple awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's joke start, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being a huge bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman, thinking his man was a super genius. Elon connects to some of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brandon Shaw. This time, Lex and Joe almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal brain one, and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal brain, I want you to imagine this: me arriving to Melbourne Airport. I actually lagged and barely functioned, forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use my phone. The attendant speaks an incomprehensible dialect of English known as Australian. It takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone on the ride. This would happen if I used Sailly, easily my favorite sponsor of this channel. Sailly is an eSIM app that I have literally recommended to every single person in my life that travel. I even used it when I went to VidCon last month, and it was a lifesaver. My phone plan requires I pay $14 per day when I go abroad and use data. Sailly charged me the same price for a data plan that lasted me a week. But when I added the code GHOSTCOME at checkout, it was actually cheaper than 1 day of roaming data. And pretty much no matter where you're going, Sailly will have you covered. Look at all the countries they have. You're basically good anywhere. My mom and sister were a bit skeptical, but after they checked a few other apps, they said Sailly had by far the best prices, which you can take advantage of by scanning the QR code on the screen, clicking the link below, and using code GHOSTCOME to get 15% off. And even if you're not traveling, you can use Sailly to top up your data and save some money. It also immensely helps out the channel, so check it out if you're in the market. Use the QR code on the screen or link in the description if you want to support these videos. This is the best way to do it. Since Lex had captured an audience similar to Joe Rogan's, he felt the need to be like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this. I live more than Madison and I have no years. It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, not when he's trying to be an alpha male, because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool being good, and one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned. Desert and a man with an eagle perching on his hand. And he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on to life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Shoulders for days and a really wide bag. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Where all those things were when. He took trips and never done my box was terrible. I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does glow. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting everyone political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon, or whoever else might take interest in his takes. And what's interesting is Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like, this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, all over Stone's podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning his rise is authentic. Even Rogan and Jason comedians Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from branding as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's going to give you the facts, even if it's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way, and that he has no bias, but anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview is so bad, we have to talk about love. It's about love. Mention love. Why do we humans love? Love. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about being a thought that isn't made to the first light of reality. Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He is constantly talking about love like a teenager who tried mushrooms for the first time. Like we all just love each other. It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie. I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner, with a person that I can, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes it's downright delusional. Like straight up asks Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love, which is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life. If somebody murdered your entire family and friends, would you use the power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but he did not give that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans, except much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Proven with Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out on a lady because her printer wasn't working.
We had a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, "What the hell? The printer isn't working. Get your shit together." And the little girl there.
Do you think Lex's love for her is a question? It's all in grief to prop up this image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. That's not proof he's being paid by Russia like Tim. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like we were shitting on Zelensky after he met with Trump and Vance, but guys, he's totally unbiased and he's just looking for solutions, which is why he had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family. Totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous by sitting for Elon Musk is unbiased, I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote. If any of you in the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet. Lex's blog list on Twitter is probably in the thousands at this point. He blocks people who glance at his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, block. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, block. Anybody who points out the university that he went to, which was Drexel and not MIT, you guessed it, blocked. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm blocked after this video, so follow me for more updates on that. The censorship has gotten so bad on Lex's subreddit that they have to create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. People were getting banned for just simply asking questions about Lex's background. And when they're not banned, sometimes you get Lex is so eternally online that he will randomly show up in comment sections to defend himself, saying that the internet is full of cruel people. But he still has love for the universe. He disappears just as quickly once you question his ethics. Okay, but who cares about Lex's personal life or opinions? Now, this is podcast truly he must be a good leader. Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, can carry a conversation. He's charismatic, can make even the most boring guests an entertaining chat. Most of the time, Lex does not have the same skill. His podcast is incredibly boring and slow. In fact, if you want to listen to it, turn up the speed because it becomes way more tolerable. Beyond the bias, shilling, and corniness, Lex just isn't a great conversationalist, which leads to some incredibly awkward and uncomfortable moments. As an alpha in everything I do as a kid, and the fact that Joe Rogan said, I thought sensible.
There he is. What up, Jim?
Are you ready to play?
Yeah, let me just finish watching this. It's got another like 4 minutes. Is that okay? Excellent. I've been trying to watch it for a while. Dude, did you know Hulk Hogan died? Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Did, did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died?
RIP to that. That actually bums me out way more than Ozzy Osbourne.
Or who else? Or who else? I heard the Ozzy Osbourne, but who else bummed you out? Or didn't bum you out? Yeah, what's his name though? Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was named after, I think, like Malcolm X, maybe. Malcolm Jamal Warner. But to Hulk Hogan, isn't that crazy?
Why is everyone dying?
I don't know. I don't know how he died. I have to do some research into it. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
I was watching a documentary and it's like this town that's getting destroyed by a volcano and guys are like filming it and like going after the volcano. So like it's just away from death.
All right, this has 20. It's got 5 minutes. It's about Lex Friedman. I'll tell you about it in a second.
criticizes him, and most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in too deep now. He's crypted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing a bullshit paper. If any of this comes out, Lex is fucked. His whole brand and persona is shattered. That means less podcast views, no more
Welcome.
videos with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex. He's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. He isn't motivation. He's a boring as shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the podcast world that Lex is an intelligence asset. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode with Tim Dillon where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people intelligence assets. Overtly, with our military and U.S. policy and get things passed through Congress, you have a shadow organization. Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulations, but the end of this podcast had everyone saying that Lex is in the Mossad. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is in the Mossad, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasters ever gets to interview some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said they need to do a podcast and solve their issues. So, yeah, think about who really gets hurt in the divorce. Love is the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said.
There we go. Riser, you ready, big dog? Riser. 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 How you doing, Audie? How are you? Another day, girl. We're just getting through it as best we can.
That's great. Wow. I am. That's what.
Do you have sex in the car, or you're not allowed to? Sending an invite.
Oh, you ready, Pimp?
Yeah, well, we're gonna do quick draw archery after Main College.
No, we're not.
We'll play like 5 Main games, then quick draw archery, and 5 Main games.
I'm at a well, let me ask. I'm at a disadvantage for that. Did you watch how to play Mancala?
No, I didn't. I have no idea what it is.
Did you know Mancala means to move in Arabic?
What's the game that sounds like haram? Am I missing something?
Uh, I don't know. Hey, did you know that Hulk Hogan died?
Wasn't that a couple years ago?
No, it was just today.
Besides the line,
Yeah. It was very.
People said that he had hot dogs. People said he had hot dog skin.
I thought you were trying to say Hodgkin's lymphoma. Yeah, it was like.
Good one, dude. GG. Nice draw.
but who's going first?
Dog, I will purposefully next game. I will purposefully make sure you go first. I literally just do. I just do what it says as random. I will make sure you go first this time, even though it says first player random. I will agree with you that it's even though it says it's random, it seems like I go first a lot. Would you like to be interviewed after that game? You're up. What are you talking about? On what? Isn't there only one version? Dude, I can't believe I fucking lost. Garbage. This game is amazing.
Do you like pickles?
Love them.
What about the sweet ones?
I love all pickles. Did you know that all pickles are cucumbers, but not all cucumbers are pickles?
I've heard it before.
There you go.
You like to be interviewed after that?
I do. I'd like to say RIP to Hulk Hogan, and may your memory be a blessing.
No, one off. Oh my god.
No way. F this.
in a row. I thought you were the next caller.
I miscounted. Fuck. This one is an ass kicking.
Wow. You can set it back to random. Oh, but that was 5 games. So archery.
Hold on, you have an invitation. Now you're telling me all this stuff. We'll play archery next. Go. Dirty. No way. Got it.
Quick draw.
Dude, this sucks. I'm already at a disadvantage. I'm at a disadvantage. That was good. That was really good. Oh, very good. I'm not beating this.
Now it draws the best. Oh yeah, you take forever to shoot. That's why. Then you actually have to be fast. Way too slow. Way too slow.
I'm doing it as fast as I can on my phone.
Way too slow. You can do it.
It moves faster on an iPad. Oh, nice one.
Way too slow. Nice. Maybe 12. He's 50. 5'10". There's one. Four more now. 30 points away. 20 points away. Two more. Oh, no way.
How did I win?
He somehow sniped the 8 FPS.
How did I win?
Somehow got a high one more point than me. Somehow made the same amount of shots.
Excellent. Skee ball time.
You're gonna whine.
You're up. That's a miss. 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 That's a make.
Why was it so laggy?
Let's see it, baby. Hey, look at you. You're finally starting to figure out how to play this game.
Yeah, might as well. I learned from the very best.
You are right about that one.
I think that Plato would send you like a fucking plaque for your wall, like playing 12 hours a day every day.
Yet I still don't play mini golf as much as Zoot.
That's true. That can't be true.
Zoot always had like 1,200 games, and I have like 800 games. Table soccer, baby.
Could have an invite.
Dude, we're doing the crazy one.
Yeah, no mix it up.
Are you gonna go?
Damn. Oh, how dare you? Oh, they're passing them? What? I thought there wasn't any passing.
Oh no. No. Oh no. Garbage.
You haven't made like a single pass for the game. I just realized.
There's a pass, son. Do you know what Canadian Pacific Flight 21 was? No. It was the largest mass murder in Canada's history or something. Oh, fuck.
Okay, let's hear about it.
I don't know anything about it. There's a podcast about it.
How is it a murder if it was a plane crash?
Could be a bomb. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? It's like I looked you dead in the eye, blew hot breath on your face, and slapped you in the mouth. Pimp slapped you in the mouth.
Thank you.
You're welcome, girl. Whoa. Oh, that was a pass? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just J your? Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
Really?
Really? Rise, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
R?
Rise, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
My thing's online again. That was only 2+ for comfort.
Take a shot on goal, son.
That's not a pass. Thank you.
How is that a pass? There's some glitch in this
Pass
game
great.
where we're passing to each other's teams.
Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen.
No, it's not. There's a glitch.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yep.
Got him. Like,
Oh,
what a goal! What a goal!
that was a little long and boring. Nothing like Moncala. Riser, you're going first, son.
Sweet Moncala.
You're going first, son.
Easy. No way! Come on.
How'd you like that play, pimp?
Sound stung a lot.
Shoot. Doesn't matter. Game over. This bitch is done. GG, pimp. Alright, bear with me. Just want to see if anybody said anything about me. Okay. Are you ready to play Blitz?
What
Blitz,
does that mean?
Blitz League?
I think so.
Why do you think it sucks? Okay, but play Blitz League. Just learn how to play it. It's a new game we can put in our repertoire.
Why does it take so long to load? Is there a point of like other lanes?
Yeah,
What's that?
to score on the other guy.
It seems to all damage the other person's health. I didn't mean to hit that lane. No! I should let you spam these things off. Okay? Oh, it gives you an 8? Perfect. Fuck that. Where's my 8? Bullshit. Literally. Hurry up! Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Why are you able to go for that? Our mini. Or no, basketball.
Are you sending me an invite?
Sure. I don't see it.
Okay, then I'll send it to you because you suck.
I legitimately, I don't think it's here. They removed it. You gotta do 5 rounds next time.
No, 5 rounds sucks.
Okay.
That's a miss. That's a make. Oh, swish. 2 swishes. Oh, this man is on fire, folks. This man is on fire. 12. That's his high.
pay attention to what not to do here.
1, 2, 4, 6, 7.
Are you proud?
Proud as a peacock. Riser with the hoops moving, dog. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Time runs out.
That lasted 2 seconds. I got 1.
What do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do? You want me to recount time?
Fucking timer is bullshit. You're not even going, dog. Your time's up. You're done.
It's tied. It all comes down to this, B. Are you ready?
How did the fucking time you
G L A M O R O U S, y'all. G L A M O. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What a big round.
9,
He just ended it.
9,
He just stopped his streak.
9.
The streak is over, folks.
Yes.
The streak is over.
Needs 3 in a row. Done.
Finally, you got me. Skee ball time. Why don't you like? Why don't you like skee ball, dog? You're gonna go to sleep?
No, I said rather play Blitz League than that.
All right. Well, you're up, dog, and everybody's waiting on you. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. He got one. He got one. That's good, dog. I'm gonna destroy you now. I'm gonna get 3.
We'll see about that. Two balls left. 1 ball.
Whatever you do, don't miss. Why did you steal my strategy? Dog, you got 1. Now I'll show you how a champ does it. It's close. It's close.
0 for 6. 0 for 7. 0 for 8. 0 for 9.
You're up, pimp. That's a make. 2 makes. This game is over. Riser 1. Oh, 3 makes? This game is over. I shouldn't even go.
Let's see what you got. First ever skee ball win. You can defend it. You need 4. You need 4. There's 0.
There's another 0. There's 1.
I feel like you're being facetious.
5 left. 4 left. Use to sink these next 3. You sinks 1. Oh. I won.
Moncala. I'll let you go first since you always bitch about it.
Thank you.
Oh, what? We do have to play that. All right, but play Moncala first because this game rules.
You're up, big dog.
I'm going, baby. Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Oh shoot.
It's been a pleasure. I'll return shortly.
We'll miss you.
You're not going.
Fuck you. Bye-bye.
Peace, girl. Fuck this.
Oh, that's the last. Mathematical.
Alright.
Yeah. 9.
I know we have to play golf, but just give me a second. Pardon me. It's like you looked me dead in the eye, blew hot breath on my face, and pimp slapped me in the mouth.
Can't believe that alcoholic swam the whole fucking
I think about that. I've been thinking about that too. Like that dog, if he didn't have alcohol in his life, that motherfucker would have walked to the moon.
Yes.
Rate that documentary on a scale of 0 to 10.
10.
I give it like a 7.
What better documentaries have you seen?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Religious. The Money Masters. Oil.
Wait, you say just oil?
Yeah, it's called Oil. It's the history of oil. Like a 10-part series. The Civil War. Jazz. Baseball. Those are all by Ken Burns. World War II, Vietnam. Those are also Ken Burns. I think I said jazz. Um, the Beatles anthology, if you count that. Um, what else is a good documentary? Um, people really like AlphaGo. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I like the Napster documentary. Have you seen the Pirate Bay documentary?
Yeah.
Did you like that one?
Yeah.
I love it.
There's this one.
That one and the Napster.
There's this one that Zoot had me watch. That was called. It was about the history of Donkey Kong. Have you ever? He was like, it changed my life. I was like, what? He's like, it's a documentary. You have to watch it. It changed my life. I'm like, okay. So I watch it, and it's a cool documentary. It's like the history of this video game competition on Donkey Kong. And did he ever tell you about this?
No.
Okay, so it's like this story of there's like this really good Donkey Kong player who is also very wealthy, like kind of, but like pretty wealthy. He's like a barbecue sauce heir, and he gets really into Donkey Kong. Then there are other people who aren't like that wealthy who really get into Donkey Kong, and they have this thing that like they're playing Donkey Kong. You know what Donkey Kong is, right? Like the arcade version, like with a box.
Yeah.
And so there's this thing that happens if you play the game enough that it um like these old games like Pac-Man, if you play it enough, I forget what they call it, but like it doesn't have enough memory, and it doesn't have like a you won the game. There isn't anything like that. It just crashes on you, and when you get it to crash, you like win, and people go crazy. So the guy who is the barbecue sauce heir or whatever is like also the Pac-Man champion of the world, and the way that you have to document like how you win is there are two ways. One, you can do it at this place called like Gameland or something, which is located in like New Hampshire. It's like a two-story arcade that is just like stuck in 1989, and you can play it there, or you can buy a machine yourself and then just put on a video camera you playing. Well, it turns out that guy who, like the barbecue sauce guy, chose to video record himself with the new high score, but he like had the footage edited so that it made it look like he won when he really shouldn't have set the record. And it's like this underdog story. It certainly didn't change my life, like Zoot claims that it did him, but it was cool to just see these guys like doing long form. Like it's not exactly what I do because I'm streaming, but they would just like record them record themselves playing a video game for like 10 hours or 12 hours or whatever, just trying to do everything perfectly. Did you ever play the original Donkey Kong?
No, I didn't. I did play Mario Kart, and I did play the world's hardest game. Do you know the story about the world's hardest game?
Which one?
That's literally the name of the game. It's called the world's hardest game.
Never played it.
And I play it like all the time at my computer at school. and you just use your arrow keys, and you have to navigate like a red square through a maze, and then dodge all of these like little yellow balls that are coming at you, and it just gets progressively more and more difficult as you go on. And yeah, I played that one well. Just
Well, this documentary. Let me give you like it's been about a year since I saw it, and when I watched it, I frankly wasn't like I kept waiting for it to change my life, and it was like it just didn't. Yo, dog, can you give me a quick breakdown of that Donkey Kong movie at Gameland in like New Hampshire or Vermont or some shit? It's between this barbecue air and like this underdog story. Okay, King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. The story set around competitive Donkey Kong showdowns at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, which you might have heard called Gameland informally, with major themes like rivalry, the underdog rising, and arcade drama. Quick breakdown: what it's about. It's a 2007 documentary by Seth Gordon following Steve Wiebe, a down on his luck engineer turned teacher from Redmond, Washington. Wiebe sets out to beat the Donkey Kong world record held since the 1980s by Billy Mitchell, a flamboyant former champ and hot sauce entrepreneur. Underdog storyline: Wiebe submits videotapes of record runs, only to be disqualified due to perceived video tampering. Mitchell, entrenched in the competitive gaming scene, is viewed as the insider. Wiebe is the humble outsider grinding at home. The showdown at Fun Spot. Wiebe travels to Fun Spot Arcade in Laconia, New Hampshire, one of the world's largest vintage arcades with 600 plus games. There he plays there he live plays under the gaze of Twin Galaxies record keepers. He sets a live record of 985,600 and reaches the infamous kill streak. That's what it's called when everything just goes crazy. Mitchell doesn't show up in person but submits a higher videotape score. Characters and dynamics. Mitchell is cast as the arrogant bully villain, famous and well connected within the record keeping body Twin Galaxies. Oh, yeah, and then there's that. Wiebe is a sympathetic underdog supported by a caring family and community. Cult characters like Walter Day, founder of Twin Galaxies, Brian Koo, Mr. Amazing or something, Roy, and others enrich the narrative. Why it feels like a barbecue air underdog hybrid. Nostalgic arcade setting. Playing and watching Donkey Kong in that vintage amazingness gives off a barbecue air laid back vibe. Underdog drama. Steve's relentless pursuit resonates like a classic sports film or inspirational story. Arcade personalities and culture. Anyway, so there's this website called Twin Peaks. Hold on, Twin Twin Galaxies. It's a wild website that keeps all of the video game records of like every video game that people submit, and it's like the official. It's like the world record place. It's twingalaxies.com, and they redid it since I last saw it. But basically, like if there's a game that you are really good at, you can submit your score through this website, and then people compete online. Anyway, like Tetris and Doom and those kind of games, like anything old. Anyway, it's
yeah,
it's like
I'll check out the doc.
yeah, it's really old. It's like a really old system. They keep every score since 1981. But the funny thing is this is like the Olympics for nerds. They're like super into it. Like, I mean, as you would be, but it's like they're just these guys are like over the top into video games. And Zoot was like,
Oh, have you seen the Cove?
No, please remind me, enlighten me what it is.
That is a very amazing documentary. It's about this guy that goes to spy on these Japanese fishermen that are like killing dolphins so much in like this one cove. Like the water is like red, and yeah, it's just like this crazy documentary on how Japanese people kill dolphins.
Dolphins or whales?
Dolphins, porpoises.
You know that now that you say that, it sounds familiar. Did you ever see Blackfish?
Oh, yes. I
Yeah, that's an interesting one. All right, I'm gonna play this.
one moment. I'm just going to the washroom.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same.